Carbon on your way. So it was very interesting, the conversations that came through yesterday. And today we are going to also have super interesting conversations, and that is why we want to start off on time. So our very first one will go through jihadism, global networks, and the African state particularly, because when you talk about economically motivated crime, like many states have, many African states are still struggling whether to economically, militarily, or even ideologically be able to fight this. You can talk about the Al-Qaeda, you can talk about the Islamic State, you can talk about many others, including Al-Shabaab or even Boko Haram in Nigeria. But what more can be done, because these have impacted tremendously and in many ways negatively the economies of Africa? That is going to be a very fast conversation. But of course, two more conversations will be coming up on oil and Africa's evolving economic partnerships. But for now, allow me invite our very able moderator for this particular one, Dr. Tobias. I do not want to murder your second name, so please just let it be. He's the director, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung's regional program, Security Policy Dialogue in West Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Tobias to take on our very first panel.
Well, good morning, everyone, also from my side. I hope that everyone had their coffee. And we will dive right into our panel today, which actually picks up pretty much where we left yesterday, because on the last panel yesterday, we talked about Sudan and the struggles there. And very often, the issue that was mentioned was the problem of jihadism. And in the first panel today, we'll talk about jihadism, global networks, and the African state, the cases of Somalia, Nigeria, and Mali. And as you can see, we're really trying to look not just in East Africa, where we're at now, but we really try to see all over the continent, over also to Nigeria and Mali, the Gulf of Guinea. And I'm very pleased and honored to welcome a very distinguished crowd of panelists today. And I will start in no particular order with Lieutenant Colonel Yves Guiteau Kofo. He is the head of operations, Counterterrorism Intelligence Center, and Deputy Chief of Cote d'Ivoire's Military Intelligence Bureau. He is trained in the military, but also has graduated from the National Defense College of Nigeria and participated over the years in several international forums and investigations around the world, both in legal and military capacities. Colonel Monconorel, thank you. Give a warm round of applause. Next, and we'll go in this order in a sense from west to east, we have Professor Chukwuma Albert Okoli. He is a reader in political science, security governance at the Federal University of Lafia in Nigeria. He's a double PhD holder and has consulted and researched extensively with different international organizations such as the United Nations Development Programme, the Center for Democracy and Development, and other organizations in Nigeria and abroad. Professor Okoli, very warm welcome to you. And last but certainly not least, from Somalia, we have Dr. Yahweh Ali Ibrahim. He is the chairman of the Management Institute for National Development, MIND, of Somalia. He has previously served also in different senior positions of the federal government of Somalia and in other advisory roles. And in 2016, he has won the Somali Peace Prize Award and Distinguished Civil Service Award to honor his work on peace building and state building endeavors in Somalia. So please also welcome Dr. Yahweh. To start, perhaps on a bit of a personal note, I arrived in Cote d'Ivoire, where I'm based and working from in the west of Africa on security issues, just in February of this year. And since then, in the last 9 months, I've actually traveled quite a bit in the region, from Dakar, Accra, Cotonou, Abuja, to really see what's going on in the region. And If you look, and if you're in the capitals, if you're on the coastal sides, for example, Cotonou, if you're in Abidjan, Accra, then you see that these cities are really developing. You have a lot of infrastructure projects, you have a lot of road building, you have high-rise towers and banks that are being built, and you can really see that things are developing. You have very good flight connections to Europe, to other parts of the world, and you really see that something is happening in the regions. But then if you look on the map and if you travel, if you plan to travel elsewhere for seminars and stuff like that, unfortunately you often see that in the north of the countries, especially in the Gulf of Guinea, on the embassy websites, you do see these red areas, which basically means don't travel if you're a foreigner. Because, things are going on there. You have the situation in the Sahel countries with the coups in recent years, and, terrorism and jihadism spreading down the region, and a real threat of sort of entering also the coastal states. So if you look back, but if you talk to older friends and colleagues who have been in the region, let's say 20, 30, 40 years ago, that wasn't the case. You could actually travel quite freely from Abidjan up to Mali or to Burkina Faso. You could take a weekend trip, and that is not possible anymore. And I think that is a good explanation or a good anecdote for the case that we've seen over the last 2 decades with the spread of jihadism and Islamist terrorism in the region. Of course, for Europeans and Americans, the watershed moment was September 11, 2001. But for people here in the region, it's clear that the threat of terrorism has been going on for years before. If we look at Somalia, terrorist group and an Islamist group have been operating there before, have been poisoning the state and society for a long time. And so this issue has really become an issue and been on the agenda of the African states now for several decades. Unfortunately, also in Cote d'Ivoire, we had the terrorist attack in 2016, so it definitely has reached also these countries. And what we see also is, I don't want to call it McDonaldization of terrorism, but it's certainly the franchising of terrorism in the region, where you have Islamist organizations like Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State that are operating with local groups, that are tasking local groups on their behalf to act terroristically, and also to combine terrorist activities, insurgent motivations, state capture, with certainly criminal and economic activities. So with this panel, we're trying to look at these issues that have been arising in both Western and Eastern Africa, and perhaps also the failures of the states in the past to counter these groups militarily, economically, and ideologically. And by looking at the different cases of Mali, Nigeria, and Somalia, we're trying to establish perhaps different lessons learned, different approaches, to see what has worked, what has not worked, and to learn from each other across the continent to really combat this arc of instability that we've unfortunately seen south of the Sahara, south of the Sahel, for several decades. And I'm very pleased with the panelists, and as with the other panels, I would like to give the words first to each of the panelists to present their work, to present their cases, and then I'm sure we will engage in very fruitful discussions as we've done in the last day. And I will start, I presented from west to east, so I think this time we'll go from east to west with the opening statements, and I would like to give the word to Dr. Yahweh with the question, does Al-Shabaab stand to exploit the recent turmoil in the Horn of Africa and the Middle East to stage a comeback in Somalia? Dr. Yahweh, the word is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Excellencies and honorable participants of this high-level conference, good morning to you all. It is both an honor and a privilege for me to be part of this panel that will be, in a few minutes, engaged into a very critical course in the interplay, the intricate interplay between jihadism and jihadism and an African state and jihadism networks. Surely, it is a great pleasure for me to be here today. Before I go into my few minutes of the time given, I would like to reflect on jihadism itself, the term itself, because it does have a connotation relating to religious belief with a radical interpretation of Islam, that it's said to seek of religious and socio-political objectives through violence. So jihadism itself is an Arabic word, therefore it does have a meaningful interpretation in Islam according to Surah 9, verse 29, and Surah 8 as well in the Quran. Therefore, it is there, and it does have, it is our Islamic clarification as what it is, what is not. In the last 2 decades and so, jihadism ideologies gain notoriety across many parts of the world. And at the epicenter of this lies Somalia, the epicenter of the nexus. Where I come from, it is a nation that had been struggling with instability as well, and in pervasive influence of jihadism movement is. Somalia is a case that exemplifies local conflict is coupled with a power vacuum or governance vacuum that can exacerbate a global jihadism movement, which exploit in vulnerability in security, governance, politics, and so on. Historically, the jihadism movement in Somalia is primarily to do with the jihadism movement in Afghanistan and Soviet. In 1979, when the conflict started in Afghanistan, the communist government supported by the Soviet Union and the jihadism movement that lasted until 1992 had trained a lot of Somali scholars who had joined the jihadism movements from Saudi Arabia and other parts of the world. Therefore, this had provided a framework of jihadism ideologies into Somalia. With this, there was a group of Wahhabism, or Wahhabis, these are ulama, the Islamic scholars who have been trained in Saudi Arabia back in 1970s, 80s, and 90s, who had never had a chance during the dictatorship of 20 years under the rule of Siad Barre regime, could not come out to breach the radical Islamic version. So Wahhabis are the believers in one of the 4 Islamic schools of jurisprudence, of which most of you know very well, whether it is Hanafi, Hanbaliya. You know, this is the fact that they are called the revivalists of Hanafi school of, Hanbali school of thought. So they carry the strict interpretation of Islam, and whoever does not practice on that is seen to be the enemy of Islam. Therefore, this is their version of understanding of Islam, and this is what created the whole problem in Somalia. To make the matter worse, in 1991, when the civil war broke out in Somalia, and Somalia descended into a protracted conflict, this is when the Siad Barre regime collapsed, then there was a vacuum that had invited Islamists from different parts of the world, especially from Saudi Arabia. Already Somalia have received, by then in 1993, 1994, scholars from Saudi Arabia who had been sponsored by different non-governmental organizations based in the Gulf countries, who had breached and gone into the fabric of the society, where they have penetrated into education, into economy, into everything in Somalia and then have explored the vulnerabilities of the communities where there were no governance mechanisms and functioning institutions. Therefore, they took over the communities. In the absence of the central authority, then there was this organization called Ittihad al-Islamiyya that took over many parts of Somalia and started fighting the warlords who had been competing for clan dominancy over the different parts of Somalia. Therefore, they were seen the liberators of Somalia, they were seen the pioneers of freedom, therefore they came out. But in 2006, when Ethiopia, supporting the weak transitional federal government of Somalia that had been formed in Djibouti and as well as consecutively in Kenya, this is when the Islamic Court Union, which was coming out at the time, formed a very strong alliance with other religious organizations, with Al-Shabaab as the military wing of the Islamic Union had emerged. So this, under the invitation of the Transitional Federal Government of Somalia, Ethiopia came to Somalia, then Al-Shabaab was born and started fighting against the Ethiopia invasion. Then there followed the African Union mission in Somalia under the invitation of the Somali Federal Parliament, Transitional Federal Parliament at the time. Then it grew into power. The agenda of Al-Shabaab became quite universal. It had pledged a union with Al-Qaeda, of course, which all of you do know very well. This had instigated or escalated the terrorism activities in Somalia. Al-Shabaab almost now took over large territories of Somalia, became very well known, had benefited from the governance and security vacuum, positioned itself the provider of social services, including judicial services, because remember, for 20 years plus lack of central authority, people have issues over land, issues over who does what. Therefore, they are being seen as adjudicators of social and replacement of the functioning government. Therefore, they were most welcome within Somalia. And this is how the whole Somali fabric has changed now. They have indoctrinated the youth, have recruited, it's said to be over 15,000 Somali youth, and became a global jihadist movement. With the borders open across the sea, across other regions, they have now transcended their agenda into the neighboring countries, had a logistical, ideological framework support from their jihadist other movements across the world. Now, with the African mission in Somalia, with the international partners moving into Somalia, supporting the weak transitional federal government of Somalia at the time, now Somalia has to fight back. The government has to recapture, with the support of the brothers from Africa, especially from Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Burundi, as well as other African countries providing police personnel from Nigeria, from Sierra Leone, across the board. Therefore, and other funding support, technical and air support from other Western countries. At this stage, Somalia had framed the three nexus agenda, which is to fight Al-Shabaab militarily, ideologically, and economically, to weaken it. Therefore, it devised a strategy that had, in 2017, 18, 19, to combat violent extremism. We have had experiences where Al-Shabaab had to recruit fighters from across the world, whether they are from Yemen, from Syria, from Iraq, from Afghanistan, where most of them were trained, Iraq, Afghanistan, as well as from Tanzania, from Uganda, from Nigeria, all the way from different parts of the world. Anyone who believes in the jihadism and radical interpretation of Islam has come to join. Therefore, their numbers have increased, their weaponry has increased, their experience and tactics have increased. Therefore, they become very resilient to counter and defeat them easily. They have caused a lot of harm. If you, and I'm sure most of you must have read or heard about 2017, October 14 incidents that had claimed over 600 deaths and 800 injuries within a single day, one explosion. So this was the highest said to be, and this is happening day in, day out. Therefore, as they kill, they are also being killed. Therefore, what Somalia thought to do is to see if reconciliation might work, while still weakening their military power, while still fighting them at the ideological front. Conferences of Islamic religious leaders have been held to issue fatwa to say that these are Khawarij. They are coming with their own interpretation of Islam, which does not belong to Somalia, does not belong to the Islamic world. Islam is a peaceful religion. It does not breed killings. There are, of course, there were prophets sent by God, including Noah, Ibrahim, Lut, and Muhammad, whose maybe fathers, like Ibrahim, who was worshipping idol. You have had Lut, whose wife was not believer. You have had Noah, and you have Muhammad. He's Muhammad, salawatullah salam alayhi, the last prophet sent by Allah, whose uncle was not believer. So Islam does not breed killings. So it depends how the jihadism is being interpreted in Islam and how this is being taken. In Somalia today, Al-Shabaab is trying to also benefit from the conflict or the turmoil in Horn of Africa, the tension between Ethiopia and Somalia, with the recent MOU between Somaliland and Ethiopia, access to the sea, to do with the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of Somalia. Therefore, they have now recently aligned with the Houthis. That's where they normally have an access and they receive their weapons, as well as also mobilizing Somali youth against Ethiopia, saying that Ethiopia is taking your land, is taking your country, as they have in the past mobilized Somali people against the foreign intervention, the ATMIS, the Ethiopians, against against the people. So this is how they have increased their numbers. This is how they have radicalized Somalia in their own interests, because this is the way they believe they can achieve their political will, their social political gains. It is the bridge that they are doing. But Somalia does have also two other elements to this. One is there is a group, non-violent but extremists, based on the new Salavism. And then you have the violent, which is this group armed fighting, breaching jihadism. So the interconnectivity of the world today is facilitating the global jihadism in the world, whether they happen to be in Khalij al-Arab, the Gulf countries, they happen to be in some parts of the West or the Central Africa. So they have the connectivities going across borders. So if 10 of Al-Shabaab militants are captured today in Somalia, 3 or 4 are foreign fighters. And that's how you know it's the movement.
Last 2 minutes. Oh, perfect. On the spot. I was just going to say last 2 minutes, but even perfect. Well, thank you, Dr. Yaye, for your detailed and insightful description of the evolution of terrorist activities in Somalia and also the implication that it has for the region. We will now move further west to Nigeria, and I would like to ask Dr. Shuvuma, does the resurgence of Boko Haram and other emerging militant groups reinforce the calls for a separate Islamic State in Nigeria? Please, the word is yours.
Yeah, thank you, esteemed moderator, First, I would like to appreciate the organizers of the program, and particularly Conrad and their strategic partners for bringing on board this important conversation. I'd like to also appreciate my co-panelists. The first speaker apparently has laid a very strong premise for a serious conversation on the subject matter, and I'm glad that he has actually cleared the terrain quite powerfully. I'm not going to dwell unnecessarily on the concept of jihadism because that has been well taken care of by the first speaker. Just to add to what he has said in terms of the terrain, if you look at the jihadi landscape in Africa and the wider Sahel, what you find is a complex threat scenario. A complex threat scenario. Okay, we are talking about an aggravated threat situation. It could probably be described in terms of what some scholars call jihadi nebula. And by that we mean the fact that there is a multiplication, there is an escalation and consolidation of Islamic threat in the sub-region, okay? And if you look at the contemporary dynamics and trajectory of the threat, you find element of transnationalism, you find element of opportunism, and all of that, okay? And we are talking about a threat situation that is not only expanding, it is also assuming new dynamics, okay? It's evolving into more dangerous and nebulous mix and dynamics, which even pose immense challenge in terms of its understanding and mitigation. That is the situation we are dealing with, okay? And then if you look at the contemporary dynamics of the threat, you could identify some important characteristics, okay? And I would like to highlight them briefly. First, you find the emergence of a local jihadi movement. Indeed, some are indigenous, although over time they tend to assume some transnational dimensions, okay? And indeed, by affiliation, they become something else, something global in essence, okay? So in Nigeria, for example, you have what we call Boko Haram, which has even transformed to something else, and it has even fractured and splintered. Today we talk about a very critical element of this faction called ISWAP. In Burkina Faso, for example, you have Ansaro Islam. In Mali, you have Jemin, for example. So these are indigenous, or what I could call local jihadi element. But beyond this, we also have an incursion of a foreign jihadist movement, exemplified in Al-Qaeda and its affiliates, exemplified in ISIS, ISIL, and of course its affiliates and franchises in Africa, in the wider Sahel, in Lake Chad region, and all of that. Again, you find a tendency to regional expansion, okay? Ab initio, the larger concentration was within the wider Sahel, but today we are having incursion of jihadism even in the coastal areas of Africa. Mozambique, I was in Mozambique last year. We were having a discussion such as this. And you could find elements of indigenous jihadism. Okay, in Mozambique, of course, in Benin Republic, and perhaps in Uganda, you may have your local dimension of it. So that's a crucial dimension we need to note concerning the phenomenon of jihadism in Africa. Again, we have another tendency, the tendency to fracture and splinter over time. Boko Haram has borne this tendency copiously. In 2012, it splintered, and a veritable faction, violent, unestablished, using very unorthodox, of course this is an asymmetric violence anyway, but it became even more violent than the mainstream formation. Ansaru emerged in 2012 out of the womb of mainstream Boko Haram. Again in 2015, Boko Haram fractured and splintered again, giving rise to what we know today as a swap. Their strategies differ, essentially. Their mode of operation differ, essentially. But one thing is common: jihadism, radical Islam, ideological Islam, or what you may want to call it. And another tendency we have discerned, looking at the trajectory of this movement, is the tendency to criminal opportunism, what I may want to refer to as crime, terror, opportunism. If you look at the existing literature, you find scholars talking in terms of crime, terror, nexus. The fact that terrorism has something to do with organized crime. And so in Nigeria, for instance, we find this new, I don't know how to put it now, new movement, okay, underworld movement, so to speak, called banditry. Okay? And banditry has a lot of pragmatic relationship, okay, with mainstream insurgent group that operates within the Lake Chad region. So these are the dynamics you see if you consider the prevailing, of course, the contemporary jihadist landscape in Africa. Now I begin to localize my conversation around the issues that happen in Nigeria and the wider Lake Chad, which is by design the focus of my intervention. Okay? Boko Haram is what we know. You must have read it, even if you have not visited Nigeria, you must have read about this phenomenon called Boko Haram, the mainstream indigenous jihadi group in Nigeria. It has evolved over time to become something else that you need to know. But Boko Haram started as an organized militant jihadi group in 2003, 2004 in northeastern Nigeria, okay? Led by a radical cleric called Muhammad Yusuf. I think it was actually aimed at reviving Islam. The way they saw it, it was a movement geared towards Islamic revival, trying to cleanse it of all adulterations, apostasy, and all of that. Okay, that was the prime goal of the sect, as conceived by the pioneer leader Muhammad Yusuf. Unfortunately, the crisis was mismanaged in this period of gestation. Muhammad was killed by forces of the Nigerian security, and that was in 2009, and that brought about new dynamics in the sectarian violence. All of a sudden, the movement became rather too radicalized, too violent, okay? And it began to mobilize locally and even internationally for greater deal of violence. And all of a sudden, we began to see greater expressions of asymmetric violence. Suicide bombing became a veritable strategy of his operation. Right from 2011, they have started using female suicide bombers. Okay? And you need to understand their strategic logic, as a matter of fact. This is a movement that subscribes to asymmetric violence. Okay? And it continues. Like I noted in passing, it assumed a new dimension, the movement around 2012 when it splintered for the first time, giving rise to Ansaru. Okay? In 2015, it assumed yet another dimension, giving rise to another splintering occurred, giving rise to ISWAP. Okay? And what you need to note concerning this movement is it does not only aspire to enthrone what we know as Salafist Islam. It also seeks to dethrone the existing secular state and replace it with a Salafist Islamic rule based on strict observance of Sharia. You have elements of Wahhabism in the whole mix, element of new Wahhabism, element of new Salafism in the whole mix. But the bottom line is that these guys are seeking to bring down the existing secular regime and possibly replace it with what is amenable to their envisioned regime of Islamic state. And they have actually propagated violent extremism using both soft and hard approaches. Okay? Now, if you look at it properly, what you find is a tension, a struggle between the state and the radical Islam. The secular state on one hand, and then the violent genre of Islam, what you call ideological Islam, what you may call Islamism, okay, a mix of faith, creed, and ideology. You know what I mean? So that is the convolution we are dealing with. Now, it is on record that they have as much as, of course, we have conflicting record in the public domain. But it's on record, if you look at the various sources, you find out that they have as much as 2,000 fighters. Okay? And these fighters are not in one place. They are divided among cells and circuits. You find elements of them, some are in the city centers, doing some underground operations. Some are in the forested, difficult and rugged terrains, the so-called Sambisa forest. It's not an imaginary creation of the media. It's real. You hear and read about the Sambisa forest. Okay, there are a whole lot of vast landscape in Nigeria's rural hinterland that are grossly undergoverned, and they provide a veritable spaces, okay, for not only jihadists, not only insurgents, but for other forms of violent non-state actors. Okay, you know the typical topography of Nigeria, and of course how vast the country is. And that could tell you, and of course the peculiar character of the state in that context. That tells you about the ratio of governability and ungovernability, particularly in the rural domain. So they exploit these advantages and they flourish in their anti-state militantism. Now, the crisis, based on records available to us, if you look at OCHA's record as at 2020-23, has actually affected about 11 million people. We are not just talking about Nigerian population. This is a phenomenon that has gone transnational. You find elements of the violence in the far north Cameroon, southeastern Niger, western Chad, but also northeastern Nigeria. It goes beyond northeastern Nigeria because it also manifests even at a point they were rocking spaces in Abuja, the federal capital territory. So that is the scope of operation. So it's a phenomenon that has affected as much as 11 people within the wider Lake Chad basin. It's on record that it has killed about, in fact, more than 30,000 persons. And it has even rendered a whole lot of people, as much as 2.5 million persons displaced. Some of them are still in some internally displaced persons stations, or what we call refugee camps in those countries, Nigeria, Cameroon, whatever. And there's been effort to resettle, reintegrate them, but it has been precarious over the years. Okay? Sometimes some of these places are also centers of militantism. Then
last 2 minutes.
Hello?
Last 2
minutes.
The
crisis has also engendered a mass aggravated humanitarian crisis. It's on record that as much as, I don't know if you find, about 1.5 persons have been declared as persons in need, critically in need. The humanitarian crisis, a huge one, is also playing out in that context. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for taking us deep into the web of the terrorist threat of Boko Haram and other terrorist groups in Nigeria, and but also mentioning the transnational aspects of these threats. And I think that goes back also to what we heard yesterday in the other panels and also in the opening speech from the Vice Chancellor, in the sense that, yes, we are here in Africa and the threats are, on the one hand, national, regional, transnational, but in the end it will also affect Europe, it will also affect other continents if we do not fight back, if we do not counter these threats, because of course these groups will spread or will aim to spread also to other regions and will export also insecurity and terrorism to other parts of the world. We're now moving just a little bit further west and also to another transnational regional issues in the west of Africa, in the Gulf of Guinea, but also in the Sahel region, and looking at the situation in Mali and also how it affects neighboring countries such as Cote d'Ivoire. How does the shift in alliances in Mali affect the counterterrorism efforts by the Malian government and also other governments in the region, and how are the Islamist organizations responding? And I would like to give the word to Colonel Kofo. Mon colonel, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, merci. Thank you very much, Tobias. I would like to thank the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung organization for the invitation. And it's an honor for me to be here to discuss this topic this morning and to give my experience regarding terrorism groups evolving in the western part of Africa. So I will start by talking about the expansion of terrorism in West Africa. My co-panelist has already talked about the genesis about this movement, but the spread of this movement and the upcoming of this movement in West Africa started around 2012, 2013. Most of the terrorism groups leaders, jihadist leaders in Western Africa came from Algeria at the start with the dismantle of the Salafist group in Algeria. So we have seen 2012 with the death of Gaddafi in Libya. We have seen a lot of movement, jihadist movement evolving in the Sahel. Please, you have to know that the Sahel is a very specific part of Africa. It's between, is the land between the country, the northern country, that means the Sahara, and the Gulf of Guinea countries. So the Sahel is very huge and has many countries inside. So we have Burkina Faso, Cameroon, we have Gambia, Guinea, Mali, Chad, and so on. So in this part of the world, we have seen a jihadist group starting roaming, being really active from 2012, 2013. That was the kickstart of our worries about this phenomenon. This existed in the past, but we were not very worried about it because they were settled in Algeria, and some of them were in Libya. So what are the groups roaming, jihadist group or terrorism groups? I prefer call it terrorism groups because they are violent extremism organization. What are the groups roaming in this part? In Western Africa, we have two groups in competition. We have the Islamic State in the Sahel, and we have the Jihadism. Jihadism is an alliance between many small terrorist groups. So the major difference between them is that in Mali, for example, where we have Jihadism very active in Mali, they have the aim to get power in Mali. So we can say they have a kind of political calendar agenda in Mali. The Islamic State, on the contrary, do not have anything. You know, they made the alliance with Daesh, so they were more looking for an area to roam, to do the traffic after they have been kicked off of Iraq and Syria. You know, so they were looking for places to settle, and they have the opportunity to come to the Sahel. So this is one of the difference between these two groups. In the Sahel and in the western region of Africa, we have some concerns. First, some terrorism groups in Mali, in Burkina Faso, they are now looking at the Gulf of Guinea. So while there were civilian democratic governments in Burkina Faso and Mali, we were, I can say, at peace, because there were this regional cooperation in order to counter the threat. Right now, in 2012, 2013, when it started in Mali, for example, Malian government, civilian government asked for support in order to contain the threat coming down to Bamako. So this is how we have seen France acting first in the region, and we have seen Barkhane operation, and now we have seen MINUSMA, United Nations, coming in the country in order to help the government to contain all this threat, because terrorist armed groups was not the only threat. They had a rebellion in the north, in Mali. So both of the threats had to be contained. So they had agreement for the rebellion, and now the forces were focused on terrorism groups. So from 2012 to 2021, I would say, things were fairly good. We had less attacks in the Sahel. We had international forces, ECOWAS forces in the different countries of the Sahel, in Niger, in Burkina Faso, in Mali. These countries are the epicenter of the terrorism groups in the region. So at a certain level, we succeeded into containing the threat and denying terrorism groups to spread or to evolve in the region. Unfortunately, there were coups in Burkina Faso, in Mali, and in Niger. And after the military coup, one of the major decisions that the military in power has taken is to ask the international forces to leave the country. So they left the country, and now the result is very clear. During the last 2 years, we have faced an increase of more than 250% of the terrorist attacks in the Sahel and in the Gulf of Guinea. Now we have attacks in Benin. Now we have attacks in Côte d'Ivoire. Now we have attacks in Togo. These things, we had never seen these things in the past. The last attack in Côte d'Ivoire was in January 2022 in my country, in the north, because we have a northern border with Mali and Burkina Faso. So, and we had a lot of organized crime in the border with these countries. So, terrorism groups today, organized crime, trafficking, any kind of illegal trafficking in the region. So it's a very difficult problem to solve. As the Excellency said yesterday regarding the fact that military and military, they will not negotiate. The aim is victory. If there is no victory, we continue to fight. So in the Sahel right now, this is exactly what is happening. We have military regime which don't want to discuss any problem except fight. You know. So the last attack was in Bamako. In Bamako now, it is in Mali. We had terrorism groups raiding the capital, practically burning one presidential plane at the airport, just to show you how deep is the problem. So we have now more than 100 attacks occurred at the border with Mali and Burkina Faso. I mean, 50 kilometers to the border right now. So they are coming closer and closer to the country of Gulf of Guinea. So take a look at some solutions. In the region, we are trying to find some solution. It's very difficult because at the sub-regional level, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger had decided to withdraw from the regional organization. We had put in place a force to support these three countries in the fight against terrorism, G5 Sahel. Unfortunately, they have decided to withdraw from the G5 Sahel. So you cannot find a solution without the country which are concerned about the threat, about the problem. It's very difficult. You will discuss any kind of solutions, but you cannot put your feet on the ground. And they are the one who can give you permission to implement the solution. So now it's very difficult. They have created an alliance in the Sahel. That's last July. And they are now, they don't have any discussion with any other countries in the Gulf of Guinea. That's very difficult. So terrorism groups today are leveraging on that. They are leveraging on the fact that these countries are trying to isolate themselves. So we have noticed that Jenim, for example, has increased the number of attacks in the region. In the north of my country, at the border with Mali and Burkina Faso today, we had a lot of attempts to recruit local citizens in order to be part of the different terrorist armed groups. This brings me to the point of recruitment. My co-panelists were talking about the fact that foreigners were part of the terrorism groups. Today, one of the strategies of this Jenim group is to recruit local people. If you take a look deeply at the last attack in Bamako, you will notice that they put in front some locals that they have recruited in the region of Bamako, just to show to the authorities of Bamako that we have the capability to recruit into your own population. So you are thinking that we will bring people from outside. No, we will not do that. We recruit into your people. We recruit your youth. We recruit young people. So they are trying to do that now. And they are trying to leverage on some a very fantastic thing. I am in the forces, and I have the opportunity to face some of them sometime and try to discuss with them. In Côte d'Ivoire, for example, we had put in place a security governance in order that permits us to arrest a lot of them. What they do now is very simple. They go to see, for example, the local. They say, okay, we are in Burkina Faso. They are in the south of Burkina Faso, so there they are in the safe haven, no problem. So we need logistics, like food. We will need food. We will need some logistics. But if we cross the border to go to Côte d'Ivoire, perhaps we will be arrested. So what they do...
2 minutes.
1 minute? 2, okay. What they do is very simple. They go to see the young people, local. They say, okay, if, for example, a bag of rice is 1,000, okay, you will bring it to us and we'll give 3,000. The problem is when the young people is arrested, of course, on the legal side, is supporting the terrorism groups. But for the young people, he looks at me and says, sir, I have not anything bad. I have no weapons. I have not shot on anybody. So, and you arrested me. I found a way to get money. And this money is not illegal money. So why are you arresting me? So this is a problem now. If we continue to arrest the young people, these young people will turn towards terrorism groups to say, hey, we will fight. But we know that if we let it down, it's bag of rice today, tomorrow it will be weapon. So what to do? It's a question that we are discussing. So I would just end by giving some solution very quickly. We need to get together in the region in the fight against terrorism. If not, this will never work. We need to share, because we need to share intelligence, because terrorism groups, they do not know borders. They are here, they go in another country. So if you don't share information, how you will succeed into arresting somebody? This is not possible. If you don't share information, how you will succeed into enhancing community, local communities, into strengthening the way they live? It is not possible. And they will recruit because of poverty. So all these things has to be done together. And I think if we do this, we will succeed. Thank you very much.
Merci, mon colonel. I think you highlighted very well the localization efforts of the terrorist group, on the one hand, by making sure they embed themselves deeper in the local populations to also be, yeah, like fish amongst water, I think one counterinsurgency expert once said. But then on the other hand, yeah, operating across the borders and also amplifying the need on the state side to counter these threats by binational, regional, transnational cooperation amongst the countries in the region. We now need the microphones because we're moving into the part where, of course, we will open up the discussion of the panel to the audience. I would like to highlight that we have here an excellent panel, not only representing different countries, different regions in Africa, but also a breadth of experience in different fields, from the university, from academia, from think tank, but also from, let's say, practical counterterrorism efforts of the governments. And I look very much forward to your questions. Please stay nice and crisp and clear. Don't exceed on the framing, and also make sure that you address the question to one of the panelists or one or more. And we will start here. 1, 2, 3. We have here 4. We'll take a couple of questions and then we'll put to Asa, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Kingdom. I'd like to ask Professor Okoli, because I know that these jihadists, the problem of jihadism also extends to freedom of speech. For instance, you know, the Salman Rashid incident, then the people in France who, you know, as they draw cartoons of Muhammad, they are not allowed or they are killed, etc. So I would like to ask whether you know the trajectory of freedom of speech in your country from the time when jihadism sprouted out to now. Has it increased? Has it decreased? Do I have to fear if, for example, I'm an intellectual, or do I have to fear if I'm just an ordinary citizen talking about this issue? Thank you.
There was a lady in the back there, and then the other gentleman.
Good morning. My name is Dorcas, and my question is, to what extent have military interventions such as the AMISOM in Somalia and the Operation Barkhane in Mali been effective in combating the jihadist groups, and how sustainable are the military solutions in addressing terrorism in Africa? And also for the aspect of the women, how have they been involved? Because in some cases they are not allowed to speak, or they can be used as spies or something like that. So how have they been taken care of? Thank you.
We had one question over there and one over here, and then we will close the first round and let the panelists answer.
Thank you very much. And Abdul Razak Mohammed from Somaliland. I serve as Senior Strategic Advisor for Ministry of Foreign Affairs Somaliland. And for the last 30 years, even though Somaliland has not been recognized, we have been working with the Ethiopia and Djibouti to combat terrorism coming from the southern Somalia. And as a colonel was saying, that we have a kind of experience on that, sharing the information, especially the intelligence perspective. That has put Djibouti and Somaliland and Ethiopia much safer than the attacks in Kenya and somewhere else. So I was having this kind of a strategic question to the colonel, and in perspective that if those three countries have withdrawn the Sahel and the ECOWAS, and there is a debate in West Africa whether the legitimacy of those regimes is under question. How do you balance combating terrorism in one hand in this region of West Africa, and as well making sure that these countries who now under current army is also part of the counterterrorism initiative? Because you cannot have a parallel offensive. In one, you encourage democratic candidates into those three countries, and another, you have to counter terrorism. This is a frank observation on that scenarios. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is David, and I'm a law student at UCU. I have a question to Professor Albert. You talked about inequalities, then poverty, together with Kano. What steps are the governments taking in tackling the causes and local dynamics, yes? Like poverty, like you said, and then the unemployment, and then inequalities in religion, right? Then to Dr. Ali, how are the governments, yes, taking the global networks, yes, of the jihadists? How are they, which steps are they taking in tackling this? For example, how are your governments, and then together with the African nations, how are you working in disrupting like the financial flows of these groups? And then also are the governments taking the initiative to share intelligence, like Kano said? Are you sharing the information on how to tackle these problems? And then this goes to all of you. How strong are the governments? How strong is the governance and state responses to these? Like, for example, improving state institutions like the police, the judiciary, and then the local government. We all know that government, in order for it to reach out to its masses, you start from the local governments, yes? So how are the governments, how strong are they when it comes to the local governments, then their police and the judiciary? How are their laws working towards these groups? Then the community engagement, how is it from your governments to the people? Because I feel like before we bring up the international relations and everything, it starts with us. So how are the governments relating with the community in tackling these problems? Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the questions. I think a lot of questions, and we will start just by order of sitting. Professor Chivuma, the word is yours.
Okay, thank you. Fine questions. I think two, basically, plus, were addressed to me. Let me start from the last one. I didn't say such a thing, but I can proffer an answer that could suit your concern. You're talking about what the government is doing to mitigate poverty, to mitigate maybe illiteracy, livelihood situations. Sure, these are critical ingredients that should be factored into the whole dossier of counter-insurgency or counter-terrorism. In Nigeria, the principle, the protocol and philosophy of counter-insurgency actually recognize all of these concerns. There is this emphasis from kinetic approach. This is a new trend, a new shift in Nigeria, but also elsewhere in Africa. A shift that de-emphasizes the kinetic approach to counter-terrorism to an approach that emphasizes the involvement, the participation of the people, and of course taking care of the concerns of the people. I was in Germany where we trained a cohort of multinational joint task force last year, and the theme was actually people-centered counter-terrorism approach. It's a new shift, it's a new emphasis, so the need here is to ensure that those critical conditions that precipitate. Of course, terrorism has a lot to do with popular grievance arising from the material conditions of the people. If you don't address this critical element, if you like mobilize 1,001 battalion, you're going nowhere. And so kinetic approach has not really solved terrorism anywhere. Hence the emphasis on an alternative approach that emphasizes community engagement, civilian participation, victim-centric approach. Somebody talked about it here yesterday. And so that's the emphasis, the new emphasis, I should say. So I guess that addresses your concern. The second question is freedom of speech. I guess I have another one, by the way. Okay, that's the second question. Apparently the last one. How does counter-terrorism affect freedom of speech? Isn't it? It does affect it. In any case, counter-terrorism operation, of course, the framework itself is sensitive to rights-based issues. Our own protocol in Nigeria is hypersensitive to rights issues. Although in the theater of counter-terror operations, a whole lot will happen because we are dealing with an asymmetric situation. Oftentimes, rights activists will always outcry that, of course, while dealing with these guys, you must be also concerned about issues of human rights and dignity. That's a legitimate concern, but the instrument guiding counterterrorism operation in Nigeria recognizes that and accords it immense priority. Incidentally, the contingencies of the war, as asymmetric as it is, may warrant excessive use of force, may warrant a counter-asymmetric, you know what I mean, force. And that is why you find some of those occurrences come into play. I think that is what I could profile. It seems to have a follow-up question. I wouldn't know what that is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll move on to Dr. Yaye.
Thank you so much. I should answer about ATMIS for that lady. Sorry, I have not registered your name. African mission in Somalia is said to be the longest, the deadliest, and the most expensive mission ever to happen in Africa. It had achieved the necessary stability in Somalia, relatively, but surely it lacked a lot of other elements to be added into it. It had taken us now 16 years to come where we are, the brothers contributing forces to Somalia have shedded their blood for Somali stability. And this was really very important because when African mission came to, when African force came to Mogadishu and the surrounding area, the federal government of Somalia could move from another city called Baydhabo, which is the southern part of Somalia, to Mogadishu. So they have enabled the government of the day to come to the state and rule the country from there. So despite the fact that it has been the longest, it had been relative. Is it sustainable? No. The EU, the lead donor, had been complaining for the last few years that it cannot continue. And Somalia must force generate to take control over its security. And that's why we had devised the Somali Transition Plan, the ADMIS, that is the phase that's ending December 31st. So January, we will have another stabilization African force that will take over for a period of a year, looking forward to more stable Somalia. You know, Somalia is a narrative defined by a complexity, sustainability, and tragedy itself. Therefore, this is what my brother from South Sudan was saying, the ambassador yesterday, that Sudan belongs to both the Arab world and Africa. So Somalia is both Arab and African, in the sense that it is in Africa, of course, but in religious terms. And it belongs to the Arab League. It's part of the Arab League member. So it is a very complex thing, and surely the community itself is very much linear to the endocrinologization of the Wahhabism philosophy coming from that part of the world, because this is where most of the people have been educated, where they come from, where they had hundreds of years have been learning from. So that is the complexity. So what do we think? There was an analogy that said, that the moderator said about a fish in the water. So we say Al-Shabaab, which is the terrorist or the biggest terrorist organization of Somalia. Of course, we have ISIS, we have also Al-Qaeda affiliated Al-Shabaab. But this is like a fish, as such like fish, they live within the community. If community rejects Al-Shabaab, then you have now the dying Jihadism ideology within Somalia. If the community hosts these extreme ideologies, then it grows within that. So in the last few years, what Somalia has been doing is to engage aggressively with the communities, to try to have them with the government, because they have been endocrinized that the government is with infidels, they are non-believers, they have brought these forces to defeat the Islam in Somalia. They are fighting with you, they are fighting with in your land. So this is what has been happening. So they have been brainwashed for many years now. So for that to be taken out, you need to also impose other elements, and this is where we are today. It is not sustainable. Foreign forces are not sustainable. Somalia must take over its security, and this is what is now happening with the new fourth generation. The government is trying its best now to counter. With Abdirazak, my colleague from Somaliland, surely Djibouti, Somaliland, Ethiopia has been doing very well with their strategies. But I want to remind him that Somalia in 1991 is not the Somalia that we are talking about. This has started in 1960s, well after Somalia took independence. The Siad Barre, the former dictator, before his fall, had shot dead 10 Islamic scholars for the sake of the interpretation of the Quran. So this is when the whole thing got ignited, and this is how these people who are coming from, of course, from Brotherhood Association, from Wahhabism Salafi Association, these are the people who had started the work. So this started well before the breakaway of Somaliland, well before Djibouti became strong. So this has been going on. So thank you.
Mon Colonel.
Oh, thank you very much for the questions. I will start by to continue about international forces in West Africa, specifically in Mali. In 2012, as I said, if there was no international forces in Mali, started by France, I don't know if we could talk about Mali today. I'm not sure. Because we had many jihadist, terrorist armed groups raiding to Bamako in 2013. 2013, yeah. They have been stopped. They have been stopped at only 100 kilometers of the capital by the international forces, instigated by France. Thereafter, the intervention of France has switched to MINUSMA, but Operation Barkhane still remained in the country. Why? I told you that there were two problems. The problems of the rebellion in the north and the problem of terrorism groups. So for the rebellion in the north, we have dedicated MINUSMA to discuss the agreement or to survey the agreement, the respect of the agreement between the Malian government and Tuareg rebellion in the north. And in order to combat terrorism groups, Barkhane was the offensive part of this whole organization. That was quite interesting because I personally participated into MINUSMA. I was the chief of intelligence in the sector west in Timbuktu. It was very hot there. So we couldn't have any offensive mandates to go towards terrorism groups. It's United Nations, of course, and we're still discussing this point. But we had Barkhane to do this job. So, of course, any mission is perfect. Everything that we do is perfectible. So there were some gaps, there were some issues, of course, but I just take a look at statistics. When the international forces were in Mali, we had around, I had the statistic here, we had around, let me just find it. Yes. We had around from 2019 to 2020, we had around 35 attacks for all this period. So I spent 2 years in the north of Mali. We have been attacked 3 times in 2 years. You know, why? Because we could deter, we could deny them to have access to some areas. So they were roaming in the north of Mali, but at the border with Niger and at the border with Algeria. So it was successful. Take a look at statistics. Now, international forces have gone. And we have more than 250% raise in attacks in just 2 years. Now we have attacks in the southern part of the southwest part of these countries, in Burkina Faso and Mali. Now we have attack everywhere, every week. Every single week we have an attack in Mali and Burkina Faso. Now we have the spread of the terrorism groups in the western part of Mali towards Senegal. So if I have the question of knowing how this international forces presence was effective, I just take a look at statistics. Because today, I talk with my colleagues in Senegal, they are concerned about terrorism groups going towards Senegal. And now we have terrorism groups at the border, at the north border with Côte d'Ivoire. These things, we have never seen it. So let's talk about the balance between counterterrorism and the military regime. So it is a big concern in the region. Jenim today, the terrorism groups in Mali, one of the terrorism groups in Mali, is making the siege over Bamako, around Bamako. So sometimes they go into Bamako, they make an attack like last month, and they withdraw. So they are trying to expand, and the leaders of one of the Jenim company, Jenim Katiba, just raised a statement last week that they will take Bamako. You know, these things are very big concern for us. Unfortunately, in the region, we are trying to find solution, but we cannot find solution, as I said, without the main concerned countries or main concerned governments. When you have governments which decide to withdraw from regional organization, how we can now discuss with them. As I'm talking to you right now, we do not have any discussion, any exchange with these countries. It's very difficult for me to discuss or to exchange any intelligence with my counterparts in Burkina Faso, in Mali, or in Niger. That's quite impossible, you know. So it's very difficult to find a solution, but at the ECOWAS level, we are trying to find a way to keep them back in the organization and to discuss how we can go through transition in order to have civil government. I think that this will bring back the joint operations, exchange of informations, and enhance the capacity of our communities. The last point that I want to raise is the capacity of the different countries to help or to support the local communities. It's very important. You raised the point talking about poverty. Poverty which leads to recruitment of people to terrorism, by terrorism groups. Yes. We had a lot of programs, but we need funding to implement this program, and we need sub-regional or regional cooperation. If we don't have this in ECOWAS, we can circulate freely. That's a good point right now. And now, somebody who is in Burkina Faso can go to Cote d'Ivoire without any visa. Somebody in Niger can come to Senegal to work without any permit, without visa. That's a good point. But if they withdraw from the organization right now, what will happen? What can we do at the regional level? So at the national level, if it is weak, they cannot do anything by themselves. You know, so we are working on it, and we think that this will be a very fair fight in discussions to bring them back in the regional organization. So thank you. This is what I wanted to say.
Thank you, dear panelists. Looking at the time, I see that we have time for another cheeky second round of questions, but looking also at the watchful eyes of my dear colleagues and organizers, we have to really keep it short, otherwise I will not get my beer tonight. So I would like to start. I saw my dear colleague Anna Reisman from the country office Uganda, South Sudan over here, and we can take one more question from the gentleman over there.
Thank you very much, dear panelists. It's a very interesting conversation that you have. I would like to come back to you. You've said there are no conversations taking place among the actors themselves. You have also mentioned that it will take a lot of their own engagement to solve the problems, as well as you have mentioned that there are external powers also trying to help resolve the problems. Could you maybe also answer whether there are powers in all your countries and in this conflict that are being rather destructive and maybe not willing to help to solve the issue, but maybe to even deepen certain conflict lines so that the situation remains unstable as such in foreign actors present, and who are they? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much to the panel. Godbert Mshawia by names from the Great Lakes Institute for Strategic Studies. I have one comment and two questions. The comment really, which is also can be framed in the form of question. I was hoping to hear from you what exactly are the drivers of jihadism in the region? Because if we don't know the drivers, how do we solve them? Number two, probably this maybe Lieutenant Colonel Kofo could address. What is the degree of presence of Wagner mercenary group in West Africa? And number three, the way you've described the situation, which is apparent, in your view, do you think that this is a problem can be solved? Is this a problem that can be solved? Or it is something that we should be prepared to live with? Thank you very much.
Last question over here. The microphone, please, to the gentleman. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Ambassador Dr. Ngok. Professor Shikuma, let me give you the example of Sudan. Educational standards. Can you shed light? Because jihadists in Sudan, one of their failure is the educational standards. And one of their success is also educational training for ideologues. So they opened a university called African International University in Khartoum, and they bring their ideologues, they are trained there. But when it came to implementing their ideas inside Sudan, they fail because the education standards of the ordinary Sudanese didn't absorb their ideologies. How is it in West Africa? The factor of educational standards and the spread of jihadism. The second and the last is for you, Dr. Yaya. The experience from Sudan again and South Sudan is there are Islamic sects, Sunnis and Shiite. Sunnis are more of socialists. They share things, they participate in their all social events, and Shiites are a bit exclusive to themselves. Now, in your experience in Somalia, how does jihadist thrive within this sect of Islam? In Sudan, it failed to thrive within the Sunnis because Sunnis cannot accept to kill their own brothers. And Shia way of life didn't work. So how does this go around? And with the issues of Kalwas, Kalwas are the Islamic schools. I can see them in Uganda here, so many of them, where they teach Islam, but also they teach them other basic of education. What is the effect of these Kalwas to this jihadist movement, or they keep them ignorant in all this? So can you explain this? That's what I'm interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we have, unfortunately, no more time for questions, but we will go. We have 6-7 minutes, so each of you has 2 minutes and 20 seconds to answer. Please try to keep it also short, and we start with Lieutenant Colonel Kofo.
So thank you, madam, for your questions. You know, the region is now the subject of superpowers. You know, it's quite interesting to see mercenary groups coming in different Sahelian countries, and trying to focus on the politics, on security. So we have the presence, of course, of superpowers in these countries, and now what we are facing is very simple. I would just go to the drivers and to the international partners. Jenim has a political agenda regarding what they want to do in Bamako and the region. So it's possible to sit down and discuss about the political agenda. What do you want? We cannot do that, we will do this. It's possible with a group which have a political agenda. It's possible. For Islamic State, we can just leverage on the fight between Jenim and Islamic State and just sit down and watch them. At the end of the day, we will see. But what I mean is that in the Sahel, in the western part of Africa, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, and most of the coastal countries, we have a group which have a political agenda, who wants to take power in Bamako, and on the other side, we have banditry activities. That's what are called banditry activities. They don't want to do anything else except illegal trafficking. That's all they want to do. And they don't want to respect anything. So they want to have an area where they can do what they want. So talking about the presence of mercenaries, we have seen it last month, the implication of some foreign countries into which we have seen we know that Russia is pushing. We know that Wagner, we have the presence confirmed of Wagner, for example, in Mali. We have the presence confirmed of Wagner in Burkina Faso and in Niger. This is documented. This is not something that we are analyzing, And we know that Wagner is pushing by Russia in order to have some parts in the region and to combat some traditional partners. Of course, we know that. So regarding this, what we are trying to do is to discuss formally or informally with the military regime in order for them to know the dangerosity of being alone with this kind of partner. It's quite important for us because we are in the sub-region, we need to speak the same language. So this is what I can say about that.
Okay, I think we unfortunately have to move on to the next.
Thank you so much. There are a couple of questions of which I have to address two of them, I guess. One is the drivers of jihadism, which we did not dwell in. In Somalia, as a post-conflict, in a post-conflict state of affairs, our drivers are different. Number one is lack of central authority. So we had a collapsed federal and central government. There was a vacuum of which the terrorists could spread their agenda. Number two is social inequality. When you have a civil strife, a civil conflict, surely there will be some groups that would be inflicted, that would have problems. Therefore, they turn to the jihadism to come over the inequalities in the country. So that is social inequality. So most of them had injustices and grievances that made them to revert to this. And number three is poverty, mainly. And unemployment, youth have turned to Al-Shabaab for recruitment for the sake of $50 a month, $30 a month. And most interestingly, they could marry as many women as they want, free of charge. So this is also one of the incentives that make them join Al-Shabaab. Most of the people that we talk to will tell you, look, this is why I came to join Al-Shabaab. And then other countries might be different, but with Somalia, these are the main drivers that youth is attracted to, mainly. The question about sects. In Islam, there are 73 sects in Islam, and this is where the problem lies, of which only one of them is correct. That is how Islam argues, and is within the prophecy of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Therefore, Somalia is 100% Sunni Muslim, no Shiite, and over 90% mainly Sufis, and in the historical pattern, this is how they were. Shafi'iyah, this is also the thing that puts them at loggerheads with the Wahhabism ideology. Therefore, this is the problem is a foreign problem. It's imported. It's an ideology that has not been there. It's a phenomena. So therefore, that's where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, and the last word goes to Professor Chukuma.
Let me begin by addressing Alberto's important question, education, the role of education in the whole jihadism phenomenon. I think it depends on how you want to look at it. It could be an enabler of violent extremism. It could be a counter-enabler. It could indeed facilitate counter-terrorism. It depends on the curricular content, of course, and the philosophy. And of course, how even the content and the pedagogy are possibly regulated. A matter of regulation is also important. You know, if you don't take time to teach the writing and regulate the content, you may have toxic elements play out. You may have radical content also play out. We're doing a study in Nigeria trying to find the nexus between the madrasa, an Ahmadiyya system, and radical Islamism, okay? So part of what could emerge from that study would possibly address a concern like this. So it depends on, but what is important to note is that education or lack of it is important in a discourse like this, because lack of education makes people both gullible and vulnerable. And that presents a pretext for exploitation, for radicalization. You need to note that. Then the other important question is, I think, sorry, I didn't get to that. I have it in my note, a whole lot of factors that precipitate this. They have addressed quite a number. But I want to mention something that you need to interrogate the nature of the state, the state system in place. There are structural factors, there are situational factors. They have actually talked about situational, a whole lot of socioeconomic factors that render people vulnerable. Okay, but the state ought to be interrogated. What kind of system, state system is in place? Ours is a state that is fraught with a fragility syndrome, a state that is deficient in terms of governability quotient, a state that cannot even afford to be jealous of its territoriality and sovereignty, a state that can even trade off on matters of territoriality. Okay, abdicating is actually responsibility to guard and control its territory, and you find elements of ungoverned and grossly undergoverned territorial spheres within its jurisdiction, exploited by violent non-state elements. And you find all of these play out, they constitute part and parcel of the mix we need to interrogate if we are seeking to find these elements that precipitate the phenomena we are seeking to understand. Thank you.
Well, thank you, dear expert, dear panelists, but also thank you to the audience for these great questions, very insightful discussions that we've had here. Unfortunately, I have to interrupt now. We just overstretched, I think, 7 minutes, but for such an important topic, I don't think this is too bad. However, if you have more questions, please do not hesitate to grab our experts after the panel. I'm sure they're very happy to answer your questions. Also, I heard there might be some questions that were sent via the app. Please make sure that they reach the experts and they will happily answer. So thanks to all, and to all the organizers, our host at Makerere University, Alliance Française, French Embassy, and of course my dear colleagues from Konrad Adenauer Stiftung here in Uganda, from the country office and the regional program, of course, as main organizers. Thanks to all, and enjoy the rest of the day here at Kampala Geopolitics 2024.
That was for you, for being attentive and paying attention to whatever was being discussed. But I want another bigger round of applause to our moderator as well as the panelists for such an insightful conversation that did come through. That there are a number of vulnerabilities that have to be dealt with if we are to fight violent extremism. Issues of social inequalities and employment. The last speaker was talking about the nature of the state. How are we going to be able to deal with those? But not void of the fact that there's some external forces that could actually also be pushing that. But key above all was the conversation with regard to community engagement. Let them know about what is happening. Can they be empowered with the information that they need? I think that's a bigger role of the states in the fight against jihadism. I want to believe, like Dr. Like we had Godba asking, I think it's something that we can deal with. We can't stay with it like we've decided to stay with COVID, that it will be here with us. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take up more time because I know Godba is definitely preparing for his next session, which is in about just 5 minutes. But allow me a few minutes for a presentation from the Embassy of France on the Because of Her campaign. And this is particularly going to be presented by Kenyanji Kesha, who is a co-founder Because of Her Uganda. She's a lawyer and feminist educator and has worked with different women's rights groups, including FIDA. She's running Because of Her, a women's rights organization that is particularly focusing on combating and ensuring the erasure of women from our history and education, and particularly seeking to also empower women through quality education, which we were talking about, and equal opportunities. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give Kesha a few minutes before we get into our next conversation. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Mildred, for introducing me. Thank you to everybody in attendance, our organizers, and Makerere University for hosting us. My name is Kenyanji Kesha, and I am the co-founder of Because of Her Uganda. Because of Her Uganda is an organization that is feminist-centered, that focuses on quality education for women and girls, because we understand that it is one thing to get women in the classroom, but it is another thing to teach them and prepare them for the real world. So, the topic I'm here to discuss with you today is the importance of gender transformative educational practices. Gender transformative education is an educational approach that goes beyond simply providing access to education for women and girls. It seeks to challenge the gender biases entrenched in our curriculums and our society. We need an education that doesn't just prepare us for exams, but educates us on the real issues women face, honors their stories, and dismantles stereotypes that have silenced us for too long. While in Uganda, significant progress has been made, we have more than 700,000 girls between the ages of 6 and 12 still never having attended school, and only 22% of the female population complete secondary education. This disparity is often driven by poverty, early pregnancy, and society expectations that devalue our place in society. But it is not just the access that we must be concerned with. What are girls learning when they get to school? Is the content empowering them, telling their stories, helping us envision a future of equality? Or is it simply reinforcing outdated pedagogy and patriarchal norms that keep us in subservient roles? These questions form the core of my presentation today. When we want children to learn about how the world works, we teach them social studies in primary school, commerce in secondary school, and policy and geopolitics in university, because this is the knowledge that will prepare us for the real world, and yet this knowledge only cares to half of our population. In teaching children what they need to learn about our society, women's issues and women's history are often an afterthought, if considered at all. We cannot afford to let this trend continue. As a society, we determine what's important by the things that we teach, and similarly, the things that we exclude. By omitting women's histories, stories, and struggles, achievements from our curriculums, we are sending a very clear message. Women's contributions are secondary, and their issues are not as valuable as those of men. This silence in our classrooms echoes throughout society. It is subtle, but it is very powerful in reinforcing the idea that women are, in fact, less deserving of recognition, rights, and opportunities. We are teaching our children to undervalue women from the earliest possible stages, and this devaluation becomes ingrained in our society and in how we operate. The education system, as it stands, has been an inadvertent participant in perpetuating gender inequality. It often erases women's stories from the historical record, relegates our contributions to footnotes, and reinforces gender norms that limit our potential. Countries that are approaching gender parity have made significant strides in reforming not only the access to education, but the content within what we learn. For example, the UNESCO Strategic Guide for Gender Inequality in and through education emphasizes system-wide transformation, focusing on data-driven action, better legal and policy frameworks, and teaching practices that empower both girls and boys to think critically about gender dynamics. While we can draw direct links to access to education and the improvement of quality of life for women in our societies, the same cannot be said for access to education affecting the rates of gender-based violence and all the other pervasive and very violent effects of patriarchy. So we realize that simply putting girls in school does not reflect the progress that we need to see regarding gender-based violence. According to UNESCO in 2021, Taiwan stood at the #1 position on the list of countries that has the most educated female population in the world. But this does not negate the fact that 1 in 5 Taiwanese women has been in an abusive relationship. South Korea also has one of the highest prevalences of female literacy, standing at 77%. And yet we also know that South Korea is the leader in online gender-based violence. Just last year, the amount of deepfake pornography created per person was more than the amount of children born in the country by 10,000 instances. So that shows you a clear problem. Bringing it closer to home, Kenya, our neighbor, has a higher prevalence rate for femicides, and it also has a higher prevalence rate for female literacy. So there is a disconnect. England is a country with 57% of higher education students being women, which shows that the women in university and higher institutions of learning are more than the men. But it is also currently experiencing a femicide epidemic that reflects the negative mindset shift within young men today. And these negative mindsets are coming from the global anti-women rights sentiments that are currently taking hold. If access to education is all it took to elevate the status of women, you would imagine a country like England where women have had access to somewhat fair education for at least 100 years would be in a situation where they are close to gender parity, but they are not. Even in France, where 92% of women have attained their baccalaureate, I hope I have said that well, we still have instances like that of Giselle Pellicot, where almost 100 men saw no issue violating the privacy of someone and abusing her in the worst way possible, simply because she was a woman, and they do not respect the autonomy of women. Unfortunately, this gap is created by what we are teaching children at school, both socially and academically. Whilst access to an education can indeed shield women from certain parts of vulnerability, like poverty and early marriage, it does not and it will not shield us from the more violent aspects of the patriarchy. Gender transformative education entails reversing gendered patterns of discrimination by using the content itself to challenge gender bias. It means teaching boys and girls about women's struggles and contributions, not as an afterthought, but as an essential part of their education. We at Because of Her are committed to closing this gap. While promoting access to education is in fact critical, we need to know that it is not enough to place girls in classrooms. We must also engage on what girls and boys are learning by advocating for curriculum changes that reflect the realities of women's lives and their contributions to society. We can start to imagine a system where Ugandan girls and boys learn about the pioneering women who have shaped our country and about gender equality as a fundamental part of our survival. I started Because of Her after I saw these gaps in what we learn. I had what a lot of Ugandans would call a fairly good education, and I even studied law here at Makerere University. But all throughout my schooling, I never once experienced a situation where I was taught about women in a way that was going to be beneficial to myself. Not even learning about the first female lawyer who was a princess, who lived her life very eclectically. She was the first African model to be on the cover of Harper's Bazaar, and she's partly the reason for why kingdoms were reinstated in this country after President Obote did away with them. I didn't learn any of that. I found that out on the internet. These are the things that would be very beneficial for members of our society to learn while still in the classroom. I encountered teaching about Ugandan women after I started to do my own research. And so I decided to do something about it. For the past 3 years, because of how Uganda has held a women's exhibit every month of March at the Uganda Museum, and this exhibit is actually free for all to attend, as this is the first step in encountering a different portrayal of women from what we are used to. We want to ensure we impact our targeted demographic, and so we are constantly inviting schools to attend the exhibit, as well as hosting workshops for different students on the basics of women's rights, feminism, and societal change. We have managed to reach over 5,000 people through this kind of advocacy. What we describe as a quality education is one that not only provides access to all, but also ensures that what they learn while still in class adequately prepares them for the real world and works to drive positive, sustainable change. Currently, within the women's rights bodies, we are facing a rollback of our rights, and this is showing us that what we are doing right now is not sustainable. We need something that is going to change the minds of the people who will grow up to be legislators, lawyers, doctors, and the people in the room we see here today. Because education has the potential to fundamentally transform our society. It can help girls realize that they deserve the same opportunities as boys, and it teaches boys to understand the female experience and the pervasive effects of patriarchy. With increased investment in transformative education, we can help the next generation challenge the status quo, demand their rights, and hold decision makers accountable in a manner that can sustain gender equality across the board. As I spoke about earlier, we are currently experiencing a rollback on women's rights, and this trend is no coincidence. It stems from the fact that deeply entrenched biases we have been battling with for decades are still being taught within class, are still being exercised within our curriculum, and nothing is being done to change it. We leave the door open for these counter women's rights movements to flourish when we don't teach men the reality of what is happening. And we see the consequences in the fact that girls in crisis situations are the first to lose access to education, or that women are increasingly fighting to hold on to rights that we had hoped we had secured. For example, we have the case of bride price. In Uganda, bride price was declared not legal, and it was declared that this is a gift to be given to the parents of the daughter, and it is not in any way compulsory for marriage. But yet we still see in practice it is compulsory for marriage among the lay people, and it is still counted as the selling of a woman as a bride. When we don't teach our children about what it takes to change the status quo, who changed it, what they had to do, and what is the effect of us going backwards, then things like this continue to happen. Because the community still holds patriarchal ideals close to heart. And so these are the things that are being taught to our children. We are grooming an increasingly conservative society whilst inadequately preparing the members of that society for the empowered women they claim to be creating. Similarly, it has time and time again been made clear by law that it is not justifiable to deny a girl access to class or exams simply because she got pregnant within the school year. And yet we still see this happening every day, with major universities in the country justifying this behavior. The exclusion of women's issues from our curriculum is directly tied to the way society deems us less important, highlighting the need for curriculum reform to address these biases in order for our society to move the needle and start creating sustainable change. When we exclude stories like those of Princess Clara Nalumansi, who was martyred at the hands of her own brother Kabaka Mwanga II during the killings of the Uganda martyrs, when we take out the story of Lady Justice Letitia Chikonyogo, who was our first female Supreme Court judge, who was denied adequate seating in office like her male counterparts, and whose appointment as Chief Justice was contested by those very same male counterparts, claiming that she was unfit for the role. And also when we take out stories like that of Rebecca Mulira, who was the first Ugandan to hold a political rally in what we call today Freedom Square, then we are showing people and we are showing children that there is no standard place for our women in society. They hold no solid protections, and at any time they can be washed away. Children grow up with a misconception that there is no place for us in our society. The only place for us is child rearing and marriage. and they become adults who have no real conception of what it takes to achieve gender equality in our society, and so they have no problem rolling back our rights. We are currently experiencing a situation where legislators are against us taking taxes of period products. Imagine a situation where all the legislators knew what it took for women in this country to even have access to those products. Would we still be having the same discussions? As we move forward, we must all reflect on the role that we play in shaping the future. Education is more than the transfer of knowledge, it's the foundation upon which our society is built. By ensuring that our education system reflects the values of equality, respect, and inclusion, we have the power to dismantle centuries of gender-based discrimination and create a world where women and girls are seen, heard, and valued. This is not a task for policymakers alone, it's a collective responsibility. We must all advocate for gender transformative education. In our schools, in our homes, in our offices, let us change the narratives that marginalize women and uplift those that champion equality. Let us be bold enough to demand a curriculum that reflects the real world, where every young boy grows up understanding the value of gender equality, learning respect for the rights of all people, and rejecting the biases that have held us back for so long. This is the future that we, at Because of Her, seek to build through initiatives like creating gender education toolkits, creation of databases of African women's history and issues, and constant teaching through our ongoing workshops and the annual women's exhibit. We believe that we shouldn't wait for someone to find and internalize the reality of gender dynamics if they just so happen to attend the School of Gender, or by some chance they did law. Everybody else still needs this information. And this is the information that is most beneficial to us if we plan to have a society that will not keep on rolling back rights every 60 years. So today I ask each of you to join hands with us and take this with you when you go, as not just another idea, but as a mission for our sustainable change as a society. Let us commit to questioning, reshaping, and rebuilding our education system so that no more girls are left behind, no more stories are erased, and no more contributions are forgotten. With this, we can work together to create a generation that will turn the tide on gender equality once and for all. Thank you so much. I invite all of you to look at the pop-up of the women's exhibit in the break area when you have the chance.
Thank you very much, Keisha. That is very powerful a message. And I think if you can't forget everything, don't forget that Keisha emphasizes the kind of content that we do put in our education system and the fact that it is not anyone's responsibility, it is everyone's responsibility. We don't have to keep throwing it around. Charity begins at home, as they say. So if we're going to teach and emphasize gender equality, it's definitely going to start from home. That is where we have mothers, that is where we have sisters as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I am excited about the next panel, just as I have been excited about all the others. And this is going to be our second last panel for the day. It's going to be talking about Uganda's oil economy. We're counting down to the next year, 2025, when we were promised the first oil drop. And how is that going to turn around? How do we not get the curse but get the blessing? How do we ensure that we're building an oil economy that works for all the citizens? But above all, the people who call us UB40, the people who have the majority of the numbers of Uganda, I am talking about the youth. 80% of Uganda's population under the age of 30, that is a resource in as much as it can also be something detrimental if we don't pay attention to those numbers. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite the moderator of our next panel, Mr. Godbert Tumushabe from the Great Lakes Institute of Strategic Studies. Let's give him some energy, because I know that we are welcoming another energetic panel that is going to be discussing this resource, which is finite, by the way, because one day we will not be talking oil at all in Uganda because it will be done. Welcome, Godbert.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Mildred, and thank you, the organizers, for this conference. Without really wasting time, let me invite my panelists who are around here. We have a very wonderful lineup of panelists, very knowledgeable people on the team. And the first panelist that I will call to the table is Raymond Mujuni. Please join me in welcoming Raymond Mujuni. Raymond is an expert on governance. He's a communications expert, and he has spent quite a bit of his time really focusing on understanding Uganda's oil journey, and he's here to share with us. Please join me in welcoming my senior brother, Honorable Abdu Katuntu. For the Ugandans, you probably know that Honorable Abdu Katuntu is one of the, should I say, sober members of parliament in our very, very complicated parliament. So we are very privileged to have Honorable Abdu Katuntu here. And Abdu brings to us a very, very incredible experience, having been involved in most of the oil legislation work since about 2009. Many of us worked with Abdu to make sure that Uganda's legislation on oil is to the level that is required. Allow me welcome to the panel my sister Alana Kembabazi. Alana Kembabazi is a Pan-Africanist, very passionate about the governance of natural resources in Uganda and in Africa. Alana works with the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights, and she's charged with the program on economic justice and social protection of the Institute. Let me check if we have Dr. Fred Muhumza around. Dr. Fred Muhumza. He's coming, so he should be joining us shortly. And then we're also expecting Dr. Fred Muhumza is here. You're most welcome. Dr. Muhumza is very known to many of us who work in the area of economic policy and economic management. He's a senior lecturer at the School of Economics and the chairman of MOB's Economic Forum. Okay. And finally, allow me welcome my brother, Mr. Hone Malinga. He should be joining us shortly as well. And Mr. Malinga is here to represent Honorable Minister Fiona Nyamutoro, who was supposed to be with us, but she happened to be traveling, and we are very delighted that she's been able to nominate Mr. Malinga to join us from the Ministry of Energy and Minerals to share with us. So we've so far lost some 20 minutes to the previous panel. I am hoping that we'll be able to manage our discussions and end on time. And essentially, this is a panel on oil. Will Uganda's oil be an opportunity or a curse? Our panelists have been requested to make just 5 minutes intervention at the beginning so that they can frame the subjects on the topics they have been allocated, and that will give us enough time for us to interact. And where I'll be able to ask very specific questions to the panel, I actually want this to be a more interactive session with the panelists, between you and the panelists. So you will ask most of the questions. I'll be able to direct them to where they should be. So without further ado, let me ask the most senior on this panel, who is Abdul Katuntu, to be able to give us his opening statement. 5 minutes, Abdul.
Thank you very much, Godba, and good morning. I hope still morning. I thank you for the compliment. You did say the most senior. I don't know whether in age or for other reasons, but I'm happy to be here amongst this distinguished panel. It's quite a general question Godba is asking me, but from my earlier interaction with him, we had decided that I give the legislative history of the oil and gas sector in this country, which I categorize that it has come in 3 phases. The first is during the colonial time, then post-independence, and later on, what will look at the modern legislations governing the sector. During the colonial time, we did not have a distinct legal regime governing oil and gas. Right from 1897, actually, to 1925, there were pieces of legislations, but all of them concerned with the entire extractive industry, minerals. It is not until post-independence in 1967 that we came up with a specific law regarding petroleum exploration and production. However, the period that followed, as you know, it was purely turmoil, a lot of instability, and we didn't have any law regarding this sector. Not until the Obote II regime, and then the then Minister of Water and Natural Resources, let his soul rest in peace, Max Chodre, came up with the first law in petroleum exploration and production. But he did introduce one aspect in that law, the production sharing agreements, what we call PSAs. Reason, at that time in the country, like for those of who are used to the sector, we required resources, we didn't have the resources. We required technology, skills, we didn't have them. So there came up a formula of inviting the so-called big boys who have got the resources and who have got the skills. This is a very, very sophisticated industry and a very expensive industry. So they came up with the production sharing agreement model in 1985. But nothing happened then until the NRM government, which was like a year later, took over power. The president, and has been public about this, he put a stop to that process. The reason he gives is that he wanted to train human resource first before you would go into further exploration and production or development of the sector. So he embarked on a very, very intensive training process. And many, many groups now running the sector are a result of that training program which he undertook. Until around 2014, at that time, for those of you who are in this country, I led a very big debate about how the sector was, because it was purely secretive, not confidential. Nobody knew about the production sharing agreement. Even the training program the president was talking about was not as transparent. And for us who are in parliament, we are very concerned. And the African oil and gas story is not a success talk about. It has been bedeviled with a lot of controversy and problems. So we thought we didn't want to be like any other failed story. So in 2014, 2013, 2014, we led that famous debate, which in my own view, it is my biggest contribution in my short career in politics. I've had a very short career in politics.
About 20 years.
Yeah, just 24 years now.
Relative to the actors.
So I think that's my biggest contribution in my own view. And that process led into the enactment of the modern legislation, petroleum exploration, development, and production. And I'm telling you, in my own view, we have the best pieces of legislation anywhere in the world. Never mind whether it is being implemented to the latter by the people and the institutions we put in place. And the biggest innovation we put in that legislation is one, was create institutions that can manage the oil and gas sector. Okay. For example, we created the National Oil Company and eventually even as a statutory corporation to become the business arm. We wanted to divorce mainstream government into doing business. So we created the National Oil Company. But we also created a regulator, the Petroleum Authority, to be not mainstream government, but an institution which wakes up every day, every morning, to monitor, supervise, and regulate the sector. And as we talk now, the National Oil Company is in place, the Petroleum Authority is in place, but we also created a very, very effective management of the resources. Because we created a fund, a petroleum fund, because we didn't want our monies just to go into the consolidated fund and we use them for our recurrent expenditures in the budget.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'll ask you to hold it up there.
Thank you.
One. Yeah, that's, thanks very good, Abdul. What Abdul didn't probably mention that is also important is that the controversy over oil legislation is one of those few issues that had to be done with the recall of Parliament. Some of you have followed up the recalls where there are efforts for members of Parliament to recall Parliament to go back into sitting. So oil legislation was one of those issues, so it can emphasize how this was really controversial in terms of pushing the agenda. Allow me to invite Raymond Mujuni, and for these introductory statements, we would want Raymond to really share with us what he sees, his perspectives on how he sees the young people participation in the current oil governance architecture as we see today. Raymond, over to you.
Thank you so much, Godba. I thought we were going by seniority, so it's career limiting if I speak before the other seniors on the panel. But I was asked to speak more specifically about young people and oil, and it's a very difficult place to speak about because in the sense that what young people do in the oil business or in the oil revenue stream is maybe as jobs, but also most likely within public finance. So I want to focus a lot of my conversation around public finance. So the demographic structure of Uganda is unlikely to change in the next 10 years. It will remain young people, predominantly young people. So more than half of this country will be young people. The key demands that young people have of their governments are basic public services, education, health, functional roads. At the moment, we're not receiving them. There's some hope that we might get them. Some people think that if we change governments, things will become better. But there's no real data that would back that kind of argument up. So to talk about oil revenue, I have to actually look at the oil revenue itself. So if Uganda started to produce its oil today and now, we would take out 216,000 barrels using the East African crude oil pipeline, and we would have 30,000 barrels that would be sold to the refinery here. The combined selling of barrels in a day's worth of selling would be about 240,000 barrels. which would bring in somewhere between $16 million of revenue. If we look at the production sharing agreements that Honorable Abdul Katuntu signed for us, Uganda would possibly take about 51% of that revenue. Now there's cost of production within that 51%, but when we did the math about last year, the total amount of revenue that a Ugandan would get from oil across a year is $38. So would there be a change in your lifestyle today if $38 were given to you at the end of the year or at the start of the year? So I invite young people to look at this oil revenue with some bit of skepticism. It's not going to make very drastic fundamental changes in our life, but our government, in their wisdom, decided that rather than get this oil revenue and throw it down public services, they would put it in a sovereign wealth fund and invest it and then get the proceeds from that investment into public services. So that also invites us to discuss sovereign wealth funds. They're not new. I mean, Ghana has a sovereign wealth fund. Qatar has a sovereign wealth fund. Most of the Emiratis have sovereign wealth funds. The return on investment for sovereign wealth funds at the moment is about 8%. So at the end of the day, this oil revenue is going to contribute somewhere in the region of 10% of our existing tax revenue. But what has our government done with the oil revenue we have? Godba, I don't know if people know that the oil is not yet out, but we have oil revenue already in our consolidated fund. So one, it has increased the appetite of government to borrow. From 2012 to today, government used to borrow about 21% of its GDP. It now borrows about 52% of our GDP. Where has that borrowing gone? It's gone to Irsimba, it's gone to Karuma Dam, it's gone to the River Nile Bridge, it's gone to increasing salaries of our very wonderful political servants. And so we need to have a conversation around how does this public finance that comes from oil revenue, how does it address the needs of the young people? And the needs of the young people really, if we were to look at them, are that we want jobs, we want health, we want education. And the investment that government needs to make in those areas to make a very fundamental change in our lives needs to be more than half of the revenue they're collecting. It's unlikely that our government structure as it is today, or the ones that might inherit it, whether it is the National Unity Platform, whether it's Kabaka Yeka, it's very unlikely that they will make very drastic changes in our public finance. So I do not want to be pessimist about oil, but I want us to temper our appetite on what oil can and cannot do for us. Okay. I think that what oil can do for us is that it can structurally transform our economy, and that might give young people jobs. In Africa, currently, we have at least 6 examples of economies that have structurally transformed themselves. Only 2 of those are oil economies. So we can learn some lessons around how do we structurally transform our economy. I think that what oil revenue can do for us, too, is that it can make us aspire. We can now, for once, as Ugandans, aspire to look like Qatar. We can aspire to look like the United Kingdom. We can aspire to look like Ghana. Or we can aspire to look like South Africa.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Roman. Yeah. I think you can hold it up there. Of course, I want to aspire to be like Qatar. Yeah. So, thanks very much, Raymond, for those reflections. Please allow me to cross over to Mr. Maringa. Mr. Maringa is our commissioner for petroleum, exploration, and production department. And in these opening reflections, Mr. Maringa, if you could just reflect with us on Uganda's oil journey has really been a journey of progress, but in the majority of cases, a lot of missed timelines. So if you can share with us, especially with the projected timeline of first oil, what do you see as the kind of milestones that we've achieved so far that give us confidence that we'll be able to achieve our timelines, or where you think that we may still make some shifts in order, given the timelines we've set ourselves? Over to you, Mr. Malinga.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I'm sorry I came in late. Once again, I'm called Hane Malinga. For you who have been following in the media, I'm the man who has refused to retire. If you read that news, those things have changed. Yes, just want to add my voice to Honorable Katuntu. I think he's a good student. Why am I saying so? I left this university in 1989 after doing my physics. I joined Petroleum Exploration and Production Department. By then it had a project. I went to Imperial College, University of London for my master's in exploration geophysics. So I've been in it. As a younger geophysicist, I was in the field. We did a lot of work. Let it be in Semuliki, let it be in Pakwachi, let it be anywhere. So, as Honorable was said, we had the law of 1985. It was more of promotion. It is the same language which was in the United Republic of Tanzania, Upstream Act, the same in Kenya. Why was this? If some of us go back and reflect in the 1970s, we had a struggle between Iraq and Iran. So that struggle made minds change. Honorable Katun talked of colonial periods. So they said, why don't you go back to Africa and find out if there are these resources? So Uganda benefited from that. Now, with all the exploration we have done, we brought in potential investors. They have talked of debates in 2011, in 2012, the policies we had in 2008, which now turned out to come in 2 laws, creation of new institutions. All those ones, as government, as Uganda, we had different players. So as a commissioner in upstream, I'm in charge of petroleum exploration, plan for its development, and later produce. Now, when I produce, I hand over to a person who will add value. So that's what we call midstream. So when we talk of adding value, it means either we have a refinery or we have a crude export pipeline. Now, when we have done that midstream, then there is, if you have a refinery, you process the products. Now we come to downstream. Those are the things we see at the outlets, petrol stations. So what have we done? Because of the types of agreements we have, the contracts we have found ourselves shifting. Honorable has put it clear that we didn't have money, but we had to bring those ones who have the money to take a what? A risk. In petroleum exploration, if you go for the production sharing agreement, you take a risk. You do the exploration. If you make a discovery and produce, you recover what you have used for that work. But if you don't make any discovery, whatever you have spent, either it is 50 million or $1 billion US, there is no way we will ask the government to do what? To refund you. So attracting that type of investment is not easy. But if you are to go for joint venture, you go for joint venture, you say 50-50, if it is drilling a well, 10 million, put 50 million, 5 million, they are not supposed 5 million. So those are things which we have struggled to attract investment, and in the process, it has been not easy to say, okay, we are here, but we are coming there. So what is happening? For us to achieve first oil, we need to have an outlet, either to a refinery or to an export crude pipeline. The upstream is almost ready. Wells are being drilled, ready for production. But if you produce and it's not taken anywhere, what happens? There's nothing. So that's why we have a challenge that immediately we get ECOP, that is the East African Crude Export Pipeline, ready, then the production will start. If refinery comes on board, we shall have 2 different destinations. We shall have crude which will go first to the refinery. As much as my colleague said, 30,000 barrels, the refinery is 60,000. Then the balance will be put on the crude export pipeline for export. But the government came up and said, okay, for us to maximally benefit from this resource, we need to add value. So that's why most of us, if you come to Makerere here, we participated in introducing the geoscience course as a Minister of Energy. We have put there Uganda Petroleum Institute, Kigumba. If you go to Kigumba, Minister of Energy is playing a big role. If you go to the Alberta in Braben, as much as the debt has got 52%, there is infrastructure which is being put in place for it to enable the production of oil. So as a commissioner, in 2022, we announced the final investment decision. Come first quarter of 2025, we shall have the first oil. But because of the challenges we are going through globally, the campaigns that, no fossil fuels, we are struggling to attract investment for us to achieve the target. But with all the efforts which the government is doing, with the support of the government partners, I think we shall be there. It might not be first quarter of 2025, but we shall be there. I want to end there. Thank you.
Hey. Thank you very much, Commissioner Maringa. Let me move to Alana. Just if you can share with us from the work that we've been doing at ISA, the kinds of experiences you see across this continent in terms of countries that are engaged in oil production, how they have been able to invest in social services, especially health and education, and what you see, as Uganda, what do we learn from those experiences? Please, if you can switch on your mic. Yeah.
Thank you. It's strange to be technologically challenged and helped by my seniors as a young person. But I want us, first of all, before I get to that, I want us to reimagine the world in which we exist. We have normalized the idea that we don't have money as Africans, that we'll never have functional public health systems, that our children won't go to school. There was a young lady here speaking so passionately about girls getting left behind when there are no strong public schools. And that's normal. We don't seem to reimagine a future where that is different. When I was younger, we were told that the backbone of our country was agriculture. I had relatives working in oil. I did not know at the time what they were trying to get at. And so we embedded this mentality within us that we are poor, that there will be poor governance, there will be fiscal indiscipline. It is who we are as Ugandans, as Africans. I hear this mentality all the time. I just came from the African Commission right now. And I think it's a big disservice, a huge disservice. And when you look at the natural resources, today we're talking about oil, but you guys, we are rich. You don't feel rich right now. It's almost payday for some of you, but we are rich as a continent across. Oil, gold, cobalt, all these minerals critical for the energy transition are in this continent. And we want to act like it's business as usual. We choose to be pessimistic. We choose not to fix the issues with fiscal indiscipline. We choose to rob our children and our people of our future. We have a young population, and we could supply the world's labor force. But instead of saying, hey, let's get it together, use these resources, invest in education, so there are multiple returns, because every dollar you're investing in education, we know the impact on GDP, we know the math. Our leaders, we choose not to have these critical discussions. So I first of all want to thank you all for having brought us, here, because I think we offer very different perspectives. It's very easy to talk about oil and the oil costs and get into the refinery, which I want us to have a refinery. I'm saying it to Ministry of Energy. It's something you need to push for a lot more. We keep hearing about the crude oil pipeline. But it's very easy for us to have those discussions and not think about where we are going. Because if you don't know where you're going, it doesn't matter which route you take. If you know you are working for a Uganda that works for all, or an Africa where your people are educated, health, social protection, then you are going to look more critically at what you have to get there. So getting back to the oil discussions, we know that there's always a temptation that oil is a curse. And we've normalized it, we've internalized it, but there are countries where oil, and it's not just the African continent, truly transformed, and it's worth going all the way back in history. You look at countries like Indonesia. Oil was the reason why they got a strong public education system. In about 5 years, they built so many public schools, right? When you go to Norway, we know how oil really galvanized health, education, social protection. And you will say, okay, well, that's not Africa, but if you get to other African countries where you're looking at more broadly natural resources like Botswana and the rest, you see that if done right, and the question is, if done right, it can truly galvanize and change things. And so the question that is central for all of us then is, are we doing it right? We've heard from our honorable about the laws that were passed and the debate. In 2014, I was actually still a student. I was doing this international business transactions class, and we're learning about production sharing agreements. And so I was very excited to dive into my country's production sharing agreement. Then I couldn't find it officially. Eventually, I had to get a leaked copy and then write a whole other paper around it. But I was thinking to myself, why are you hiding this? There is so much. Your people are in different places, and there's so much expertise we can bring into this discussion. And so I want to thank you for pushing that debate to come into the public eye. But I think that when we look at how we have structured certain things, there are 3 key lessons that come from countries who have benefited. One, there's transparency and accountability. There's good fiscal discipline. You must avoid the idea that the oil funds, the petroleum funds become slush funds. And Uganda is already troubling us in that regard. When you hear that money is removed without a clear work plan, like what happened in 2021, you get concerned. And so countries that have made sure they're very good fiscal and legal safeguards around the revenues coming in, it's a very important point. And also just making sure that you're actually also collecting all the revenues, because there's royalties, there's a tax, are you actually making sure that you are strict about getting that? And then being very intentional in what percentage you are going to, allocate to certain key sectors. I think education is one, it's a no-brainer. It should be on the list of required. A portion of this should go to education. There is a multiplier effect. A portion of this should go to health. You need a healthy workforce. And we've seen countries that have done that. So I'm very excited about the rest of the discussion today, because I think it ultimately has to be about a dialogue. Many Ugandans, Raymond reflects the belief of many Ugandans who are very skeptical. We are traumatized as a nation by fiscal indiscipline. I want to say this to our nation. There is a trauma we have inherited over the years. And so when we see some of these things, forgive us if we don't seem excited. But I also want to encourage Ugandans to choose to reimagine. Because ultimately, the destination we are going for,
all right, thanks, Aaron. I want to keep you on the trauma and see whether we can find the therapy that can deal with that. But really, Alana is passionate about education. I'm passionate about education too. The data that I normally share is this whole data, Abdul, that between 1997, when universal primary education was introduced in this country, and 2022, when the last cohort of primary 7 children that is now in S1, there are at least more than 26 million children that did not reach primary 7. So in other words, as a country, you have a crisis. We have a crisis on our hands that we need to be able to deal with, and so really trying to understand whether oil and oil revenues is what enables us to move past this this time bomb that we are sitting on is something that we need to reflect on. And that's the point at which I'll bring in Dr. Muhumuza. And Dr. Muhumuza, in your opening statement, if you can just share with us, you've been around the area of public finance management, rather than telling us what has been put in place, which is nowhere in the conversation, I thought you could share with us, in hindsight, do you see any spending decisions that have been made with respect to oil that you would have advised the government of Uganda to avoid? And do you see any mechanisms in place today that actually can enable the country avoid unrealistic, unnecessary spending decision, even if we had the windfall of oil money coming in? Over to you, Fred.
Thank you, Godba, moderator, and afternoon, everybody. Why are you talking in parables? Asking that I would have advised. I have actually advised certain things not to be done. Some have not been done. Others have been done with bad consequences. There are three things people usually miss. If you are not with them, then they say you are a pessimist, because for them they are optimists. But there is also what we call a realist. What is the reality on the ground? I walked in as an advisor to the Minister of Finance in 2006. Oil had just been discovered and a lot of things happened. They said the first oil is 2012. So we all began working for 2012, first oil. And in 2009, I said, but wait a minute. Oil only makes value when it's in the market, and the market is not in Uganda, really. Where is the pipeline? How long will Uganda take building a pipeline? And by then, we didn't even know where the pipeline was going to go. Some people thought we'd go up to Juba and connect to the one in Sudan. Others thought we'd go through northern Kenya, Lamu, and connect with the other oil in Turkana. Tanzania wasn't an option. It was too long. Then when I saw the years passing, I said, but you guys, can we remove oil revenue from the budget? When it comes, we'll see it. Because everybody was now beginning to say oil is coming in 2012, and there were so many things oil was supposed to finance. And we knocked it out. So there we said oil revenue, zero. When it comes, we'll put it in. Now somewhere people began to bring it back. And then others began to borrow. Even lenders began to lend us money. You are going to get oil. You can front load. And we really front loaded debt. And that's why I'm saying even some of these things, when you are realist, you don't want to be debating whether oil is a blessing or a curse. The curse part of it has already been living with us. These are realities. The government has a budget of 72 trillion for this year. 46% of that is debt. And we don't even take it to Parliament for discussion. Honorable Katuntu, it is only for noting, because debt is not for discussion even by Parliament. You pay your creditors. And that's because people borrowed to do things. Now, what works is not the revenue you have. It is really what plans and strategies do you have for the revenue. Now, when people say, what is the oil revenue? Will it change us? No, focus more on do we have the institutional framework that will make sure this revenue delivers what it is supposed to deliver. You can have a very good, the best oil law, and I don't know the criteria for calling it best when it has never been implemented. Because the taste of the pudding is in the eating. You can't go telling people I cook very good food, and you haven't cooked anything. So we will test this law. So I go back and say, blessing or curse. We forgot who exactly was to bless us or curse us. Because you want to focus on the character before you debate whether it's a blessing or a curse. That is institutions. And I am very happy that the Nobel Prize for Economics this year went to those who have been discussing institutions. We have no institutions to manage the oil revenue. We actually put money in the oil fund for infrastructure. Now somebody said, hey, by the way, we can't actually do infrastructure. Which infrastructure? They depleted over $1 billion out of that fund. It's now empty almost. And the money, we have nothing to show for it. So until we resolve the issues of institutions, it won't matter whether you have a sharing agreement. I can say in this sharing agreement, I am taking 99%. And I pay a very good lawyer to justify that. So what are you sharing? So we have those kinds of things. For now, I will end saying we missed one core point. Oil is a global resource. There are many wars running around the world because of oil. So you cannot say my oil. Now, Uganda thought this was their oil. And they forgot the geopolitics that surrounds the oil dynamics, both the economics, the politics, because there are some people out there asking, what will Uganda do with this revenue when it gets it? If I can't answer that question positively, I will invest more in spoiling and failing Uganda to get that revenue, until I am sure what Uganda is going to do with its oil. And I see many of those sitting out there. Russian oil is under an embargo. It's not because they have no refineries, no laws. It's the geopolitics, and they have found ways out of it. Venezuela, same thing. So there are bigger things to consider in the oil debate that are not in our good laws, they are not in the current institutions, but they do matter before first oil gets, one, out of the ground, two, moves horizontally into the market. I come from the oil region. I've not seen an oil road. The only thing I have seen are good roads in the oil region. They are not oil roads. There is a difference. I will leave you to hustle with that. If you fail to find the answer, I'm still around for some time. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Fred. That's quite insightful. I think what Fred has raised is really the dominant debate now, that actually it's no longer fashionable to talk about the oil curse, but actually what you talk about is the governance curse. Because the issues that Fred has elucidated and the other panelists say, yes, you have the laws, you can have the policies, you can even have the pipeline, but how are these governed? What is the decision-making structure? What are the accountability structures in place? To what extent are the people put in charge of these institutions and systems able to deliver? Just before I open up to the audience, I actually wanted to ask Abdul, with your experience, 24 years is no small joke. It's a very small time, but very loaded, especially if it is spent in politics. In your view, with hindsight, do you think that there is anything that Parliament could have done or should have done to guarantee that, yes, once the revenues are already flowing, are you happy with how the revenues have been spent so far? Or do you think that there's anything else that Parliament could have done and that would put us in a better position?
Oh, thanks, Godba. You see, you need to know or appreciate the role of Parliament. First of all, do you put the relevant law in place? And does this law facilitate the exploration, development, and production of oil and gas? That's the first we did. Do you fault us on that law? Maybe not. Maybe not. You can attack anybody on anything, but not on the law. But the first thing you must have is a law in place. Did the law create institutions that can manage the exploration, development, and production? We did. One, we wanted to divorce. Actually, we lost on one point. I'm sure for those of you, especially Godba and Dr. Mumza, you follow this debate quite closely. What we call the famous Clause 9. Famous Clause 9 in the bill was about who should sign the agreement. We wanted to divorce the politicians, but we lost on that one because the minister is the one in charge of signing those agreements. And we wanted it to be with the technical people so that we hold them accountable. Anyway, other than that, in our view, in our assessment, we have a very good law, Dr. Mumza, and you can't fault us on the law. Did we put institutions in place? We did. Are the institutions doing what they are supposed to be doing? We can now have a debate. And let me tell you one. Let us look at the first, exploration. Is exploration going according to plan? My answer is yes. Dr. Malinga, you can confirm. Two, is there development? As we talk now, are there wells being drilled and so on? Have we attracted people to partner with? The answer is yes. Have we reached at that level of production? That's where the problem is. And I think maybe that's what Dr. Musa was talking about, and you about timelines and so on. So the institutions are already in place. And you cannot never ever think that you can do anything without institutions. That's number 2. Lastly, if I may now answer your question specifically, are there challenges? Of course there are. Are they unique to the oil and gas? No. They are just Ugandan challenges, especially where accountability is concerned. We put a fund, specific fund, and that money was not supposed to go towards what the lady was talking about. You get money, you start throwing it in education and so on. No, 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 no. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. You see, I am not an economist. I'm just an up-country representative. A downtown lawyer. And not a very brilliant lawyer, of course, but an average lawyer who has been around for some time. Let me tell you one thing. Once you get the resources, invest so that they make more money. That's the most critical one. Invest where you are going to make more money. Don't get, you know, we don't have to be populist. Let me tell you why. Because we know we have a challenge in education, we have a challenge in health. So you can't get money and you go and start throwing in education and health and so on. There is no significant improvement you'll have. But you need to invest in areas where you can boost production. As I end, what has, for example, the people in the Middle East done? They invested, for example, in tourism. In tourism. A desert has been turned into paradise. And it is now making a lot of money as a result of the resources that were got from oil. So as you, the economists like Dr. Mumza was the advantage of advising the big ministers of finance and so on. Let me tell you one thing. If we can't invest these resources properly, then we shall suffer what we call the Dutch disease. And I'm sure you all brilliant people, you know what the Dutch disease is.
Okay, thanks very much, Abdu. Now I'm going to open up to the audience. We have strictly 30 minutes to run this exchange. And what I would want members to do is please just ask pointed questions, because I'm giving you an opportunity to interact with the panel, so it has to be a very short question and directed to a specific person so that we avoid the general questions. Let me see the people who are moving the mics. Where do I have the mics? I'll start at the entrance there. We'll try to make sure that we can move this so that everybody has an opportunity to speak in as much as we have limited time. Just mention your name, no thanking panelists, just your name and your question. The panelists, I have already thanked them. Okay. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Samali Liz Nakasiga, and mine is directed to Honorable Abdu. So I don't think it would be fair to hold a conversation on oil and gas and not talk about human rights issues. Our constitution provides for compulsory acquisition, which I agree with. However, the same constitution also provides for compensation before eviction. So my question would be, is that being done? Are people being compensated before eviction? And if they are being compensated before eviction, is that being reported? Because we owe it to the international bodies to be transparent and to show that indeed Uganda has rule of law and we observe whatever is being provided for in our constitution. So that is
Thank you, Linda. You've tried to make that narrative. I want the questions to be really sharper than that. Thank you. Just go ahead to bring the mic through.
Thank you very much. My name is Aaron Amanya. My question goes direct to the person from government. And we know in oil there is nothing like compromising standards. Thank you for the good work. But has the government also tried, as we are planning, and this one maybe Dr. Mumza will also partly help to do a diversification of the oil revenue, to invest in other sectors, or to see that maybe other sectors or other minerals like gold that Uganda has, that they are in position to also be to use the same money to develop. Then the second one.
So please, it's strictly one question. Strictly one question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Esther Awor from UCU. My question goes to Raymond Mujuni, and it's in regards to how the future and the past. Most countries that are into oil exploration and have achieved from it started this thing way back, and now we have things such as artificial intelligence, and we have countries now deviating from oil and gas and going to energy. So how do we, and yesterday we were having conversations about environmental sustainability and conservation. So how do we strike the balance between the oil exploration but also maintaining the green nature of the environment? Thank you.
Okay, so wait, so I need to get very, very pointed answers from my panelists because I can't hold it any longer. So let me first go to Mr. Malinga. I think it's about, are we diversifying in terms of investment, if I pick the question well? And let's give very pointed answers so that no explanations.
Yeah, thank you very much. The answer is yes. I think I told you that we started by creating institutions. So when you look at the leakages we are having, we have the physical, which the doctor will talk about. We have what we call back leakages, for example, agriculture for you to produce. We also have forward leakages. Now when we talk of forward leakages, are things like industries, refineries, petrochemical industry refineries, and ECOP. Then also we have the spatial leakages, the infrastructure. As much as my neighbor says there are no roads there, for sure, it is very difficult to imagine. I worked there in 1993. 92, 93, there were no roads. If the roads were there, they were not tarmac. But if you go there, there are bridges and other things. Okay. Then we have also lateral leakages, like now the training which is going on. Then we have also the consumption leakages. So if we don't balance these things, the way we have seen, you find the land, I'm also answering here, you see an acreage, an acre of land is maybe 3 million. But if it is related to oil, they want 30 million. That's how now the Dutch disease comes in. So we have to be realistic of what we are doing. I want to stop there.
I think that has actually been covered. So let's move to Abdu. Are people being compensated? The people from whom we are acquiring land for oil. I think that's really the question.
Yeah, I think so, because we have made budgetary provisions for it. Yes, we have. There is no doubt. There is no doubt. Secondly, it is illegal, it is unconstitutional to acquire anybody's land except after compensation. Okay. And the national budget has provided a lot of money for compensations. However, if there are people who have not been compensated, I think you can always bring it to attention, for example, to the relevant committee of parliament, and you can handle it. Otherwise, as far as we are concerned, money has been put in the budget over years for compensation. Over years.
Okay, thanks very much, Abdu. I can also add that I think that the government has tried to deal with compensation issues really very, very judiciously. Where it has not happened the way it should have happened, it's because of the problems that have already been alluded to. So it's not because there is no law. It's not because Parliament has not allocated money. It's because the processes have been mismanaged by those who are responsible to do that. You had a question about balancing something. Very quickly.
Yeah. I'm not a very good prophet on diversification and the like, but certainly I'm guided by Fred also, who is a realist. We clearly see the price per barrel of oil is going down, and that's because the demand for petroleum products itself is going down. People are moving to electricity and other forms of energy, for example, car and movement and the like. What I know for a fact is that oil will still remain a major part in terms of manufacturing. It still remains a very core asset within manufacturing. So we have a chance in that. But we have to also be realistic. We are a small landlocked country surrounded by poor countries. So what does that manufacturing potential look like within East Africa? Because if we're producing oil at the central processing facility, like he said at the refinery, he says 60,000, I say 30,000, we can come back to each other here when we have the refinery. Who are you going to sell that oil to? You're going to sell it to manufacturers, and who are those manufacturers within the region? So we have to be very honest with ourselves in the sense that the longer the oil stays in the ground, the less important it is to us in terms of our public revenue, and the price per barrel keeps going down. And when that oil eventually comes out of the ground, we have to understand that it comes into a market in which we are not dominant players, and in many cases we are secondary players in the market. So we have to be alive to that. And this is why I'm not very keen on saying that we have very good oil laws. I think that we have tremendously important oil laws, but some of them have been violated. So like the Public Finance Management Act, which was passed by Parliament, which is an oil law, says that accounting officers should be sacked if they have fiscal indiscipline. For the last 5 years, more than half of the accounting officers have shown fiscal indiscipline. These are reports of the Ministry of Finance. They are not my reports. They've not been sacked. So if you have a fantastic law that you're not implementing, I mean, no one's going to come from the sky to make things better, really.
Okay. All right.
Yes, thank you. Ayesiga Colin Eric from the College of Kayes, that is Agricultural College. You will allow me, Mr. Moderator, to use my freedom of speech. It wouldn't matter the way I will relate a question or it is narrative, but my question will have to come up. Well, on Uganda, if the oil is...
I'm sorry, Eric, because we're dealing with the time.
Yes, it's a question.
So that's why I want the question to be pointed to the speaker so that we save time.
Yes, it's a pending question to Dr. Fred Muhomuza. Well, there are very many petroleum institutions which have been set up in the Bunyoro region and whatever all over the country. But I would like us to have some focus on agriculture because it is one of the earning foreign exchange sectors to this country. So I'm asking, what is the way forward for agricultural communities? Have there been more extension training to farmers who will in the end target the market from the oil and gas sector? Because all this will remain to the so-called farmers who already have something.
Eric, the question is, what is there for agricultural communities?
Yes, what is the way forward?
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
So that's good enough. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. More is coming.
Yeah. Yes, please. Just go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Ogenrod Joel from Makere University Business School. I have one question that's going to be answered by two people in parts. Number one is going to Commissioner, and it is, Mr. Abdu says that all the institutions have been set, you have already the partners. What is delaying the production? Or what is making it shift from 2012, and now I'm hearing 2025? Then the second part goes to...
Thank you very much, because the rule is one question.
It is one question?
No, we have the question. So just pass the mic to your next... Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Prosper Arthur Mackay, international business student.
The names again?
Prosper Arthur Mackay. Mine goes to the representative from the Ministry of Energy. I was just wondering if there's any plans to construct a refinery anytime soon so that we don't have to get the oil, take it out, then have to re-import it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take the next, the hand with you there. That one? No, this one there. Yeah?
Well, I'm of great propensity. I'm Saku Peter Simon, and my question is going to Honorable Abdu. He stated that the government cannot waste resources in education and health, and you are investing in oil, of which we are expecting oil in the next 20 years to come, like the first drop of oil to come in the next 5 years. And yet health is being left uncatered for, which means people are going to keep dying. Education is being left uncatered for, which means we students are going to keep dropping out of school. So what is your perspective on that?
Abdu, what is your perspective on students dying? Yeah, okay. So the last one at the end there. Yes, that gentleman there, he has been putting up his hand, yes.
Thank you, Godba. I'm the panelist. My name is Dina Matsko. I felt like the discussion on the oil revenue and its impact on society spoke around it more into the future and not the present. So I would love the panelists to break it down for students here. How can different students from different colleges interact with the sector? How are the truck drivers down in Namanve benefiting? How did the local villagers in Wanseko, owners on the Eco Pipeline in Zimbabwe, interact with the sector?
That's clear. Do you want anybody to answer the question, or I can direct it myself?
You can direct it to anyone.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So let's get back to the panel, and we ask Fred about the agricultural communities. What's the way forward for agricultural communities? If we are, I guess the question is about, like, if we are all directing ourselves to oil, what is in it for agricultural communities like me?
Well, moderator, I didn't say there are no roads there. I said there are no oil roads, but there are roads in the oil region. And these agricultural communities can benefit from these roads. And 10 years ago, I told my fellow Banyoro, nobody will throw away your goats and your coffee if you grow it and put it in these roads. These roads are tarmac roads, they are available. Begin using them now. And they are still waiting for oil. They have no idea how much they have lost. So sometimes it's not to a sector, we are diversifying. That when these resources come, they will help. The reason I say there are no oil roads, where the pipeline is passing, if you look at a truck that is supposed to take a pipeline segment to that location, there is no last mile road. We simply repaired and improved the roads that Muhumza moved on with his bicycle 30 years ago. Some of these tarmac roads are 25 kilometers from where the pipeline is supposed to pass. Are you going to fly it in by kites, drones, choppers? Until that last mile investment is made, your pipeline is not coming in the next 2 years or even 5 years. But that's the discussion.
Thank you, Fred. That really ties into our next question to Mr. Malinga. And I think, the question from Joel is, if all the money has been there, Abdu said we have voted the money in the budget, what is delaying the production?
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for those good questions. I think in the beginning, me and Honorable Katundu, we have talked of production sharing agreements. You don't have, as the government of Uganda, you don't have money which you are going to put there. It is that investor who's now putting the required infrastructure, which when the production starts, he will recover from what he has already put there. So the institutions are there in place, and they are playing their role. We have the regulator, we have the Uganda National Company, which is a commercial arm of government of Uganda. Then we have the ministry. As much as in 2011, 2012, they wanted to move that clause 9, the famous one, that the authority licenses. If you go back to Article 244 of our Constitution, it gives the rights to government. And whose government does that? That's why still the minister licenses, and the minister is not an individual. I'm there to support that minister. So the issue said that minister, it is not an individual, it is a system. So we are going to produce, but it is a process. Now when it comes to construction of refinery, just to give a brief background, there is a time when head of state said no crude will leave this country. So we wanted to concentrate on having value addition in the country. But along the way, we got a win-win situation. We entered into an MOU with the companies, the upstreamers. So we said, okay, you develop the export pipeline as the government develops the what? The refinery. The first attempt, we failed. The second attempt, we failed. We are now on the third attempt. We need to have a refinery. But what has the government of Uganda done through means of energy? We have acquired land, 29 square kilometers of land in Hoima district. And in that land, we have already demarcated area for petrochemical, which is in the industrial park. We have also come up, which started as a runway. It is now going to be the second international airport in Hoima, in the Uganda. That airport is an issue, it is something which came from Ministry of Energy. Then we have land which is dedicated for the refinery, the pumping stations. All those ones are there. So we are in the process, but we need to have somebody or a company who will come and invest the money. Now, when it comes to issues of pipelines, yes.
Actually, Mr. Malinga, the question was very, very straightforward.
Yes.
We've been working on this since 2006. And we've had all these timelines, 2012, at some point 2014, at some point 2018, then 2021, now we're at 2025. I think the question was, from your perspective, and talking as a technical person, because the others normally talk the politics. For you as a technical person, if you are talking to an everyday person like me, what is it that has stopped us from getting that fast oil?
The answer, maybe I was indirect. The answer is funding.
Yeah.
For you to have $4 billion US for a refinery, you need to have somebody, a company or an investor with that money. When it comes to ECOP, the crude export pipeline, it is also in the range of about $5 billion US. Does the government of Uganda have that money?
So just to be precise, do we now have, because we now have the target of 2025, do we now have the money?
Moderator, can I help?
Okay, yes, Fred.
It's not even 2025, I think we have moved to 2027. I had put it on 2030, I'm thinking of moving it further because of the details I've given. It's not about money. Money can be found for oil. We have billions of dollars right now going into Guyana and going everywhere. It's commercial viability. Return on investment is what moves money. That refinery, whether you put it 60 barrels, 60,000, 30, 150, there is no market here for a viable refinery. You can ask this Nigerian, he sank in 20 billion, he's now suffering with the political economy. When we did a brief for the president to action on the refinery, we found at that point there were about 15 refineries in Africa, none was functional, including countries like Angola and Nigeria, which have bigger oil deposits. If it was viable, people would have come in. So it's not a question of money. We have got to agree. You cannot make an omelette at the farm and sell it. Value must be added somewhere else. Can we live with that fact? A pipeline is fine. And should you dare split that oil between a refinery and a pipeline, now even the pipeline will be questionable on its viability. Can we face those realities? Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Those are hard realities. So the commercial viability, the political economy. I know that Malinga can talk about commercial viability. The political economy he will not manage. That is for some of us. Okay. I just said there's a question about the interaction with the other sectors. I think Alana, if you can just in strictly 1 minute reflect on that, because I need to pick some few questions from the middle here before we close in a few minutes.
On the intersection of other sectors, one, I do think already it has a ripple effect in terms of how people are being skilled as young people, the opportunities you can get, and Raymond briefly touched on that. I wanted to also respond to the debate that was happening about what makes sense to invest in. And Honorable Katutu talked about, say, tourism. I think when you divorce education from that discussion, or health, then you are not fully looking at sectors like tourism and also what they need. I also think you can look at United Arab Emirates and actually see that they invested in tourism, in health, in education. There were a couple of sectors that were very key. And in terms of the other sectors as well, this is the other point that's very important. Diversification is key. You're not going to put, like Fred was saying, you're not going to get and say, we're just doing oil, sorry, to agriculture. You needed the economies that have been able to harness their oil resources and other natural resources have had diversification of the economy. So it's extremely still important that government is investing in these other sectors.
All right. Thanks very much, Alana. What you've said is very provocative. Countries are developed and transformed by people. They are not transformed by the resources that you have. For you to get the resources and use them to transform, you need the people. So the investment I think I agree with Alana that the investment that we are talking about is how do you create a quality population? In other words, you have to invest in your people, create quality people that are able to run and transform the country. And therefore, if in this country, like Uganda now, because we invest like really, I think we invest more or less like Stone Age era, the way we invest. So you get kids to school, what they study, how they study, what they do after studying is none of your business. But I think that the investment in education would be how do you make sure that the education system in this country is basically transformed to prepare our population for the next generation economy. That we are not doing. Yeah, so even if you had the money from oil and you invest it, you are likely to end up with a population that is so poor, and yet you have a big per capita income, because that's what's happening in Equatorial Guinea. I always give the example of Equatorial Guinea, which has been exporting oil for the last close to 20 years, and it has a very small population, by the way, of about 1.5 million people, but over 60% of those people live below the poverty line. And one of my biggest worries, Abdu, is that the guy of Equatorial Guinea, Obiang Nguema, who is the longest serving president in Africa, is a very good friend of our president. So if you have things to worry about, those friendships should worry you more. And that's the political economy that we are talking about. The guys like Mr. Malinga in the ministry, they will not talk about those because that's uncharted territory for them. But if you have to worry about oil in Uganda, you have to look who are the friends, who are our friends, who are the friends of our president. That for me worries me more than even the laws that you have, that we have in place. I'm now at 58 minutes, so that means I have 2 minutes to close. I don't know who is in charge of time here because I wanted to borrow 10 minutes to give just about 4 people in the middle here. Who is in charge of time? Huh? You are in charge of time? Hey, okay. Who is our timekeeper here? Mildred is gone, huh? Oh, so yeah, I have been given all the authority, so I am going to suspend lunch and we complete this discussion. But we are going to use strictly 10 minutes, 5 minutes for questions, and then 5 minutes for my panelists to respond. So we'll be able to close at exactly 1:10. So let me start with Madam here, the Madam in red here. So just go ahead, ma'am, and then we'll give to Madam in red.
Good afternoon. My name is Akot Maria from Kampala International University.
The names again?
Akot Maria.
Maria, yes.
Mr. Commissioner, this question is for you. Ever since the Russian-Ukrainian war, there has been price inflation for petroleum products. Since Uganda is an oil-rich nation, why can't we be able to maintain the prices? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. Diana Haguma is my name, from UN Women in Uganda. My major question here is, and I haven't had much discussion about it, is the question of protection of the environment. We're excited about this oil, but are we looking out for our environment? What is the future of our generations to come regarding this oil? Thank you.
My name is Tumhaise Herbert. My question goes to the Commissioner. To add value to our oil, there was a deliberate program to educate Ugandans outside to equip them with skills. And I think that's the thing in the right direction and should be done for even other minerals. But the question is, how do they choose people who go for those courses and who chooses them? May you let us know.
Okay, thank you. Who chooses them? Let me take, there's a lady there in the middle.
So, let me complete an important...
There's a lady in the middle there. Who is moving the mic that's not moving very fast enough? Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Nancha Edna. My question goes...
The name?
Edna Nancha.
Nancha, okay.
Yes. My name goes to the lady, Alana, right? Yeah. We find that there are very many countries that you were talking about, like Norway, that are doing the oil, and they're gaining a lot from it. But these countries have implemented strategies to combat the climate change or the climate effects that could come with the oil production. So is Uganda doing anything about it, and is it capable?
Yes. Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Kenneth Ashawanyera, and I'm a student on Masters. I'm happy our implementers for this oil thing are here, including the Honorable with the Senior Commissioner from the Ministry of Energy. You helped this country and for us so. The implementation
Kenneth,
of
what
institutions
what is your question?
that help, let me drive it, including skilling institutions, such as Uganda Petroleum Institute Chigumba, and some courses of petroleum bridged in these universities, including Makerere University. I have happened to pass through these institutions with these trainings. But after, on the job market, they tell you, you need extra trainings.
I'm sorry, Kenneth.
Have we lost trust in the institutions that we built to skill our own people? Yet some of us came to these institutions on merit. Where shall we get money for further trainings? That we are isolated from opportunities.
Okay.
Please
All right.
answer that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Katuntu. You talked about...
your name, please?
My name is Musumba Padwepio from Central Lens University. I want to ask you, Honorable. He said that Uganda is one of the most countries that are overwhelming their citizens with the taxes. But we are not seeing, you are not investing in education, you are not investing in health, you are not, again, we are not seeing where you are taking our taxes. Are you investing the taxes in personal gains? Because if you talk about that, we can really see it, because you can see today a person can be given a position in parliament, the next day is owning hectares, thousands of hectares with the fields.
All right, I think the question
we don't know.
Thank you. No, unfortunately, we have to close there. Unfortunately, we have to bring this to a close. Abdu, you have to tell us where you got all those acres of land. So let me do it this way. I have strictly 5 minutes to be able to close, and I want the panelists to do me a favor, and each one of them speak strictly for 1 minute and respond from the questions that have come. Just pick any of the questions that you think you can respond to in the briefest possible, time possible, starting with Mr. Malinga.
Yeah, thank you. Issue of prices, I think the prices have slightly gone down. Globally, the price globally has reduced. But if there's any interference in the value chain, then we might have challenges. But the prices are going down, and now with UNOC coming on board to be the direct importer of petroleum products, we are now trying to reduce those margins which the other companies were doing it. Now, on the issue of environment,
Mr. Malinga, if you can just answer the question on who chooses the people who are benefiting from the training.
I thought there are even others. There are even others.
No, because I want the rest of the members should be able to answer the other questions, yeah.
That one speaks to the other one. The choosing of the people, if you come to this university, I think we have students from the Petroleum Geoscience. They are private students, and those ones who go through what? The normal selection. Also, for those ones who come through private, you have to pay for your own. But if you go to Kigumba, it is the same process. Me personally, I'm from the eastern Uganda. I went to Imperial College. Nobody said you go there. I applied. What am I trying to say? We should have a well-educated foundation. You have people who are interested in sciences so that they can be able to participate their side. So if we have schools which are not bringing out good students or pupils, then there's a challenge. Is there another one which you want me to handle?
No, I think that is good enough. But the point that is being raised here, that from the government side, from the ministry side, if you can make that selection process more transparent, probably the questions then would not be arising.
It is transparent. In public service, you go through a process.
Okay.
The other one, they are all processes.
All right.
Yourself.
Okay. Dr. Muhumuza?
I think just two quick ones. One is to follow up on the compensation. People have been compensated, but the value has not been commensurate to allow them to be restored to a similar or better position than what they were on. That should have been carried on. And now that speaks to opportunities. I think the oil-created opportunities are not necessarily in the oil sector. The assumption is we'll diversify, grow a bigger economy, and create opportunities in all the different diversities. The last one, we may have created institutions, but there are certain institutions that are so critical. You don't just say there shall be Mulago Hospital headed by a director. You go an extra step to specify who the director should be. You don't just there will be a vice chancellor. So I think we left a lot of gaps that the people occupying some of these institutions, it goes back to who selects, who learns. In some of these critical areas, experience, exposure, and several other things should have come into the law. Just like Muhumuza here, no matter what I do, I cannot be Katuntu can't. No, rather he can. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Alana?
I started off by asking us to reimagine the country in which we live, or the continent on which we occupy, one that works for all. I think when you're clear about where you're going, then you harness everything at your disposal. It's not just oil. I don't want us to have this conversation in isolation. We have a host of natural resources, including minerals critical for the energy transition in this country, on this continent. And so I think it's very important that we're doing everything possible, fixing the fiscal indiscipline that so many are frustrated about, fixing the legal framework, thinking through the economics of different things to make sure it actually benefits people. Economies are supposed to work and benefit people. On the question of climate, I think that it's an integral time to be having this discussion. Uganda is developing a lot of stuff on climate right now, both in terms of policy and financing, and thinking about how it's mitigating those impacts in this industry, but also thinking about how it harnesses minerals critical in energy transition. And finally, for the young people who are very frustrated, ISA is running a campaign to demand for quality public services. I see so many of you are passionate. Come, let's talk about it. We can talk about the financing and the whole host of things that come with that.
Okay, thank you. Raymond?
Thank you so much, Godba. I'll just make 3 points and conclude. One, on the jobs. I think some people will get some jobs. There are people in this room already who have jobs, and I think Twinamasko asked this question, has a job in the oil sector. But that's not the problem. What we want is most people to get jobs. So if you want most people to get jobs in the oil economy, you need to structurally transform your economy. So oil itself does not produce the jobs that you need. All 40 million of us cannot get employed in the oil sector. So only a structural transformation of the economy can deliver those jobs. Now, it's not rocket science. To structurally transform the economy, I've told you, if we need to get to upper middle income, we have to earn about $4,519 per capita per person. Currently, we earn $1,099 per capita per person. So we have to do 4 times more of what we're doing today to get where we want to go. Now, how do you get there? One, we have to make very drastic changes in our governance structure. I think that our government has been a very terrible negotiator in the oil. They want 100% of zero instead of 1% of 100. And 100% of zero is still zero. So the government has fought to get 100% of zero, and we have zero oil at the moment because you want a refinery. There's a refinery in Mombasa which has just collapsed. We live in the ESC community. We've borrowed money to build an SGR. It could transport that oil to a refinery there. So why do you need to invest money in a refinery here? What is it going to do? 2, you want to build a 1,443-kilometer pipeline, but you want to dictate to people how they should bring their money into the country, but you're asking them for their money. You're begging. If you're begging, be a beggar. If you're bringing to the table land, which is what government says they're bringing to the table, pay the people who are in the land so that you can hand over the land to the contractor so that they can start to do work. I think we complicate these things. But these are the things that really hold us back as a country. And very finally, I think that I make this point a lot, and I have to make it now. I know that it's a bailable point to make many times. We really have to change the way we are governed. Not the individuals that govern us, but the way that we are governed. We have a large civil service infrastructure, a large political bureau. They're doing almost nothing, almost nothing. You have, in this country, 6 million political jobs. What are the 6 million political jobs producing? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Can we divert the money we put in our political and civil service into actual manufacturing and industry and structurally transform our economy? If that question doesn't get answered, we will be back here debating.
Okay. Thanks very much, Raymond. Abdu?
Well, thank you very much, Godba, and thank you, the audience. Being a politician is not the best of jobs. but now, I hear you loud and clear. But let's go to the figures. Because we need education, we need blah, blah, you are not doing this, then I hear claps. I'm giving you now the figures.
I don't know how much time you are going to use to give us the figures.
But you see, I've driven here so that we have a meaningful conversation. If we just cut off, I can as well go back, but because I've not taken lunch and I'm not fasting.
I can promise you are going to have lunch, but let's just describe.
Okay. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this is the money you have. Your revenue expected this year is around 32 trillion. Your real revenue. Money from your taxes, domestic, 32 trillion. Of the 32 trillion, 5.8 something, close to 6% of the entire national budget is going to education. Close to 6 trillion, which translates into around 8% of the entire national budget is going to education. Health, it is around 3 trillion, which translates into 4.1% of the entire national budget. But that budget is a deficit budget. Deficit 39, if my arithmetic is correct, is all about borrowed money. So as
Actually, Fred said 46%.
yeah, around that. So as we talk about money, investment, we need to be realistic what we have and what we are investing. But this does not mean that we don't have wastage. There is actually wastage. And I know it more than literally everybody in this room because I see it every day. And sometimes we raise it. But it is not that there is no money which is being invested in education and it is little money. No. It is according to the path we have. However, there is what we now call public expenditure. And when I hear political jobs, I'm looking at the figures of those political jobs and the money wasted in terms of salary. It is less than 2% of the national budget. Where the real budget is, and I'll give you an example.
Abdu, I would challenge you to that. The recurrent wage budget for a political service today is 11.2 trillion shillings.
No, it is. That's not. No.
I would challenge you to an open debate on the recurrent wage for political servants in this country.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Raymond, you still have to speak through the moderator.
Ladies and gentlemen, before you get excited, I am not that sort of person. I talk what I know and what I do. And these figures come from us, from Parliament, from committees. If you are talking about going to even public service, it's different. And that's where it's going. Public service, where civil servants are. But if you are talking about the political class, where political class, I mean ministers, members of parliament, councillors, and so on, I know it here by my fingertips. So, please. Anyway,
all right.
That's for another day. That's for another day. We can have another debate.
Okay.
So to me, and I want to conclude on this, do we have wastage? Yes, we do. Can we do better? Yes, we can do better. Where do we invest our money sustainably? Because many economies in Africa, and maybe even in the world like Southern America and so on, they didn't invest their money properly, such that oil revenue, much as we get excited, does not make a significant changes in people's lives.
All right.
I'll be happy to come back again.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks, Abdu. Yeah, just maybe a very quick comment on the political side of things. That's the political economy, really. You can see when we talk politics in this country, we become very passionate. And for political jobs, Abdu, the problem with the political jobs is that the wastage is not just in the money that is paid, it's also in the distortions and the inefficiencies that are created. That when you have a ministry that is run by 3 ministers, in most cases they don't talk to each other, then you are even creating more losses that are not in terms of money but in terms of efficiency. I want to take this opportunity to really thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. I think you can see that this is really, this is a very spirited discussion. We probably need something that may take slightly longer than the amount of time that has been given to us. I will not end by saying you can see that I was trying to be very strict on time for one reason, that I personally believe that this continent, this African continent, even if we have loads of oil resources and minerals and all kinds of natural resources, unless we are able to manage time, there is no way we can transform. And therefore, so when I'm told the session starts from this time, ends here, it has to end. Because all the important things must be said within the time that you've been given. So if I have really denied you the opportunity to speak, I want to seek for your indulgence. That was very important that we organize the session this way. Many, many thanks for the contributions and the questions you've brought forward. I hope we've learned a lot from this.
I hope this is the beginning of a conversation that can continue. I know that the Kampala Geopolitics Conference is a continuous process, an annual process. So there is a lot of time. We have every opportunity to be able to talk and engage in this conversation. On that note, please join me in thanking our panel. And yeah, if we can, panel, thank you very much. And from here, I want to hand over to the representative of CAS to come and deal with the administrative issues and announcements. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Very second applause for our very good panel right now. We're now trying to get organized for lunch. I ask everybody to stay seated first, please. But I can assure you it's enough food for everybody. So now I ask the VIPs to follow to the VIP area, and then we can get the rest to get lunch as fast as possible, hopefully. The rest, I have to ask you still to stay seated because you can't get lunch without a coupon, like this coupon I have, that will only be given out like row by row right now to get everything organized.
Feet will step many places. Anywhere I go, I'll be protected because you are a conqueror.
So the second round of people who are now should go for lunch, we gave out a few coupons beforehand to the people who came with the buses. You can now leave for lunch as well.
A conqueror. See the one God has loved. See the one God has favored. See the one God has had mercy on. It is me, yes. See the one God has loved. See the one God has favored. See the one God has conquered for. Conqueror, winner, winner, a mighty man of war, a conqueror. You're a conqueror, conqueror, winner. A mighty man of war, a conqueror. Yeah, that's who you are. My life will have many challenges, but anything I face, you go beat them for me, because you are a conqueror. And even when I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, no.
And please, everybody, take your stuff with you, just for safety reasons. Please don't let anything behind.
See the one God has favored. See the one God has had mercy on.
And everybody who doesn't have coupons, please stay seated. You can't get lunch without coupons.
See the one Jehovah's favored. See the one who's conquered for. Or maybe we just hit the end of the road. Right now it doesn't even matter. It's too late not to let it go. And that's why I wish you the best.
discussions about an array of issues affecting us, and I love that our point of discussion was solution-based, not necessarily lamentations. Like I said yesterday, we were basically not only reading from the book of Lamentations, but we were choosing to take on. I request, if you do not mind, that if you're seated at the back, please draw a little bit closer, because there's so many other open seats. Just kindly draw a little bit closer so we can be able to start. For those who are outside and you're hearing me, please make sure that you make back time, you come through so we can be able to continue with our conversation. And I'm not going to waste any more time because we have just 1 minute to 2:30, which is the time we promised to start. So today we had quite interesting conversations on jihadism and global networks, as well as the African states. But one thing for sure that came through is that there is a lot of sensitization that needs to be coming through. But above all as well, we need to be looking at the underlying causes, issues of inequalities, the growing social inequalities that are within our African states, issues to deal with unemployment, because people are ready to be used at whatever cost because they're trying to find an end, they're trying to find something to do with themselves. So those are very key to be able to pay attention to. But also on the conversation about the oil's impact on Uganda and how we can make sure that we all get to benefit from this beautiful finite resource. Although there is a little bit of skepticism, there are two sides to it. Those who are super excited about the oil sector and those who are a little bit skeptical because they're saying it's raising our appetite to borrow. Yes, we are putting the money into some other issues, but the youth, who are a majority section, are saying we need the basic social services, education, roads, health, and all that coming through, but also very optimistic at the job opportunities that the oil sector will actually be bringing. And we are counting down. I'm one of those who are counting down to 2025 next year, because we were promised that's when we'll have the first oil drop. But we already have revenues in foreign direct investments that are coming through. So we are going to take on our next panel, which is about navigating Africa's evolving economic partnerships with the emerging traditional powers. It's business unusual. That's what I would call it. It's business unusual. The powers that be that we knew back in the day probably are still the same powers, but the landscape has changed a little bit. China is becoming one of Africa's largest trading partners and contributing quite a lot with over about 200 billion in annual trade, and is making quite significant investments, especially in infrastructure. It is very evident in Uganda. In infrastructure, it's doing quite a lot. But with other partners like the United States, with other partners like, for some African countries like the Soviet Union, how do we get to find an equilibrium in the relationship and be able to stand stable? That is going to be the bigger portion of our conversation. And before I invite our moderator, I'm going to kindly request, let's just stand up. I can see the effect of our starch. Our food is full of starch sometimes, so I understand. In the afternoon yesterday, I said when a teacher is teaching in the afternoon, every other time you have to keep asking your students, are we together? Are we together? Are we together? So I just want you to stretch out, stretch your arms. It's very important, by the way, until you have to be asked by either a chiropractor or you have to be asked by an orthopedician that your neck has to be turning I'm not saying, okay, let's do something very simple. I want each one of us to shout their surname. Today, let me use surname. So just shout your surname. 1, 2, 3. Someone said your surname is John, eh? Unless you're not from our continent here. Once again, shout your surname. Okay, so what we are going to do is you're going to write the letters of your surname using your waist. So let's all stand by holding our waist. You remember those little dances we used to do? So if your surname is Mujisha, you write your M. So I am going to count 3, and we all start writing our names. And then we will see who has the longest surname. Eh? Is this some of your names? You like singing a song. Okay, we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. But which letter is this? Because I am just seeing some people holding their waist and looking at me keenly. Okay, write your second name. Maybe it is shorter. Some of you have names as short as Job, 3 letters. Like your parents didn't have all the time to look in the alphabet and put together letters for your name. Let's write your English name. 1, 2, 3, we go. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Cheating is not allowed. But it's okay, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get seated. I needed us to shake off a bit of that, food so we can get to have a conversation on. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our moderator for the next panel, who is none other than Dr. Allen Kawagenyi, who is the Senior Lecturer, College of Business and Management Sciences, Makerere University. Let's give her a round of applause. I think this is the first female moderator we are having for the 2 days, I think, right? We've had a bit of the panelists, but not the moderators. But let's give her a bigger round of applause as she takes on this conversation.
Good afternoon. I stand on the protocol that has already been relayed this morning. And please, let's give a round of applause to our MC. She's done us very, very well. Yeah, so it's such a great honor, and it's exciting to know, Mildred, that I am the female that has been honored to moderate this session. We will not have so much time, but we'll try to focus and ensure that we have everything discussed in this wonderful session. So to start us off, just a polite reminder, this is Navigating Africa's Evolving Economic Partnerships with Emerging and Traditional Powers. I am really, really excited. I have distinguished gentlemen this afternoon who are going to lead us in this discourse. And I hope that as we continue with the conversation, you'll have the questions ready somewhere so that we have a very insightful and engaging conversation. In no order of preference, allow me to invite our very own Dr. Fred Muhumuza. And as you walk up here, allow me to a bio about this gentleman who was here actually in the previous session. He holds a PhD in Development Economics from the University of Manchester, a Master's in Economic Policy and Planning from Makerere University, and a Certificate in Development Evaluation from Carleton University and the World Bank. Dr. Muhumuza is a Senior Lecturer at Makerere University Business School and the Director of the MOBS Economic Forum, with over 27 years experience in development policy research and analysis. And he's also a parallel lecturer at different universities, including the School of Economics at Makerere University, Chambogo University in Kumba, and the African Bible University. He's engaged in policy and institutional analysis, strategic planning and capacity building with government, departments, agencies, private sector. The list is so long. And he's also been, currently he's the chair of the board of Bank of Baroda, a member of different boards previously and the current ones that include Habitat for Humanity Uganda, African Forum and Network on Debt and Development, based in Harare. Ladies and gentlemen, we are quite honored to have this distinguished scholar who, from today forth, I guess we should be calling him realist, and he'll tell us why. A round of applause for him. The second person, allow me to introduce Mr. Kayongo Alan, a senior planner, strategic planning, National Planning Authority. He is a development planner, a strategist, writer, researcher, and analyst. And he is based at the National Planning Authority. He is a well-distinguished scholar, a researcher, and engaged in quite a lot of work related to policy, research, innovation, as well as corporate governance. All these are different positions he's held at NPA in the different departments. He holds a master's in economics from Mackay University under the auspices of African Economic Research Consortium, collaborative master's program that he got, and a bachelor's of science in degree with education, maths and economics. Like I mentioned earlier on, his list is quite very long, and we're really honored to have you, Mr. Kayungo. He has over 10 years experience in research, development, strategy formulation, M&E, project design, project development and appraisals, data modeling, analytics. Wow, what an honor to have this wonderful gentleman. The last but not least is also our very own Professor Ibrahim Okumu. A round of applause for him as he walks up to the podium. He is an associate professor and dean of the School of Economics, Mackay University. He serves as a World Bank consultant, associate researcher at multiple institutions. His research focuses on economic growth, public finance, and governance. Dr. Okumu holds a PhD in economics from the University of St. Andrews and master's from Manchester University and a bachelor's degree from Mackay University. He's published widely. He's also had his work recognized in different international audiences, and he has his work published in different peer-reviewed journals. We are honored to have you, Professor Okumu. A round of applause to our panelists. Now, to the conversation this afternoon. As our MC mentioned earlier on, I just want to share a few statistics. Some you may have seen them already. But one thing that we're going to be discussing, there we talk about the partnerships, the emerging and traditional powers that have been around. And we see that just China alone in Africa, it has invested so much with over 200 billion in just annual trade and has made significant investments in infrastructure projects, like the example that we have for Kenya, Mombasa-Nairobi Railway. We see another country, that is India's engagement in Africa. It's also growing. And one thing that is very evident is that with this bilateral trade reaching close to or even over 70 billion US dollars as recorded in 2022, and the different many other investments that have come through. Investments in sectors such as pharmaceuticals, energy, and agriculture. And so there are conversations that we're going to have related to the Pan-African Network projects that have come through, India's commitment to enhancing education and healthcare in Africa. Now, despite all these emerging ties, we know and we are cognizant of the fact that there are also traditional partnerships. These include Europe, USA, and the UK. They remain pivotal with trade volumes of over 280 billion euros. That is for EU alone. And then 50 billion US dollars with USA and 32 billion with Kenya, rather UK. These long-standing partners continue to provide critical markets for African exports like oil and minerals. Ladies and we're going to have this afternoon, we're going to discuss how Africa can balance new alliances with emerging powers and traditional partners to foster sustainable development, assessing key examples like China, infrastructure, India's technological projects, and those of Europe. With that, we are going to have a very exciting, and I can't wait to hear the insights from our panelists. And I hope they are settled in now very well. All right, so in the interest of time and to start us off, I would like to begin off with Dr. Muhumuza. And the first insight or question that we'd like to find out from you, how can Africa leverage the emerging powers in technology and infrastructure investments to achieve digital transformation?
Thank you, Alan, and good afternoon, everybody. I really want to appreciate those who have allowed us to have this conversation, because it is really critical. Many times we throw words out there just because others have. So you hear climate change, you also talk about climate change, but you don't know exactly what is it that we are saying. Until you hear a powerful man like Trump disputing it, then you also begin to say, why did I believe them? So when we say digital transformation, what does that mean? When I stop or I start using a phone, am I digitally transformed? What do we mean by digital transformation within the context of Africa? So when you look at those, the emerging powers, you want to see what kind of technology have they put in place and to what end. So I think some of the lessons that we really must learn from them is don't pick everything that they have picked, because we are at different levels of development. We're trying to address different levels of challenges. There are certain common parameters that we can pick from them. So if people are investing in 5G, should also just invest in 5G because that's what they are doing. What digital transformation do I need? And what should I be putting in place? In some cases, you may want to begin by restructuring and structuring your educational training to make sure you have the right people who will understand those technologies. But now you can learn from these other countries. You can even benchmark, bring in some of them to begin helping you, those emerging powers. Who are they? What are their characteristics? Many times I find us in Africa trying to copy and paste what is in these emerging powers. But you want to see where is India today and where is China today. 40 years ago, as a young boy, I was learning how to ride a bicycle. And the best bicycle in the village, which of course was the best bicycle in town, was called China. But because China at that point in the 60s and 50s had almost already 1 billion people to move, and they had no roads, they had no trains. So they say the best way for Chinese to move around is bicycles. They didn't even have fuel and oil to move them. So people pedaled bicycles, and some of them spilled over into Africa. Now today China can afford to build a standard gauge railway. So should I go to China and copy and ask for a loan to build a standard gauge railway? Because that's the technology. Is it serving my need of the day? What is the digital need of a Ugandan? How do I do that transformation? Because transformation is a process. How do I phase it? How do I structure it? How do I get where I want to be? And then you'll be able to understand the emerging powers, technologies, what they have to offer, and what you can pick as lessons, as practicalities to do, and then be able to transition to where you should be as you grow. Now, we still have a mix of things because of lack of a coherent way of planning. Gone are the days when you'd have a university library, and you have to go to the library to read books. Now we have transformed. On my phone, I can read all the journal articles that I want to read. I can do quite so many things. So what should the current library look like? You have to tap the digital technologies available and move them around to meet your basic needs and your future investments and transformation. Now we've even having trouble to revisit the laws. Like I think the National Council for Higher Education had a criteria on what library space somebody should have before you set up a university. Because they were still in the past. We are like, no, now all I need is some trees, some chairs under the trees, some shelters, some data Wi-Fi should be anywhere, and then you move on. So don't ask me for library space, library chairs, and books. Ask me how many journals have you subscribed to that your lecturers and students can access. Now, that's a transformation we want to have. But as I've mentioned, we must define what is our own transformation, what will it look like, how are we going to monitor it, and to what end. Once we get to that level, then we'll begin to see what practical realities we can pick from these emerging powers. And remember, they too are emerging powers. Which power do we want to have and learn from the emerging powers? I think those for me are some of the quick things I may think of that we need to bring to the fore as we work out on the changing geopolitical and other environment. I know Ugandans who are doing university degrees abroad, they have not visited these countries. You don't need a visa, you don't need an air ticket, but you can get your degree. Now, I keep saying, why is Makerere still locked into the 80s and the 90s? Makerere should be having students attend lectures in Makerere when they're in the middle of Katakwi. They can pay tuition. You save them the hostel fees, the transport fees, the expensive food in Kampala, because they're in Katakwi. They'll still eat their grasshoppers and cassava. But you tap more resources, you tap more fees, now, and give them a lower fee. If universities abroad in Australia are offering degrees here, why can't Makerere offer degrees to somebody who is not in Kampala? And if that becomes the norm, these hostels will become cheap for you who want to come here, because where will the students come from? I mean, that's the digital transformation I am looking forward to, that Makerere can enroll 200,000 students and they don't have to be here. Let me end with an interesting one. When I came to Makerere in 1990, the university was admitting not more than 2,000 students. Reason? Those are the beds they had. So they must first have a bed before you can be admitted. Then Mr. Museveni came and said, but why does university admission depend on beds? If there are people in Makerere College, in Kololo High, they are already in Kampala. Why can't people decide where they sleep, focus on teaching? That's how private programs began. Today, it's history. And the reality is with us. That for me is transformation, and digital spaces allow us even to go higher and further. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for the insights, and you have actually nailed it with even the academic institutions and the digital revolution that you're talking about. Professor Okumu, what are the implications? In your thoughts, what are some of the global power dynamics when you look at Africa's partnerships and economic growth? What could be some of those implications as we think about, some of the thoughts that are building on what Dr. Mhumuza has mentioned?
Thank you very much. And once again, Ibrahim Okom is my name. And it's an honor to be here to share insights about the Geopolitics Conference 2024. I find the question interesting, and thanks, Fred, for the opening up people's minds. My understanding of the geopolitics today is the fact that we are in a multipolar global economy, wherein the power centers are in the north, are in the south, but most importantly is that we are no longer in the 1960s, wherein policy or international policy was largely driven by the Washington Consensus. By that time, the likes of South Korea, the likes of China, the likes of Singapore, the likes of Indonesia were not any much different from many of the African countries. But at this juncture, we are in a state where even South Korea can draw global power. where even Singapore can draw global power. Now, within that, there are certainly risks and opportunities, but I'll start with the opportunities that have come with that kind of international political economy architecture. We now have what one can term as a potential for diversified partnerships. Now, with that, we no longer have the Minister of Finance of Uganda, of Kenya, of South Africa, of Morocco. You no longer have to take a flight to Washington. The flight can be to Beijing. The flight can be to Seoul. The flight can be to Ankara. Ultimately, what that has done is that it has diversified sources of funding. Now, what we are seeing today is that where, for instance, China is holding back with the construction of the SGR, part of Uganda, Turkey is coming on board. That is diversification. Where the World Bank will be having conditionalities to give you funds, the Chinese will simply say, hey, here is the money. That is diversification. And of course, with that, we've seen infrastructure developments across Africa, and that's largely on account of the Belt and Road Initiative, that is the international political agenda of China. And with that, for instance, if you look at the SGR in Kenya, what it has basically done is that it has shortened the movement of goods from Naivasha to the international market, from the international market into Kenya. That is one of the benefits of having a multipolar world. Now, the other benefit that has come through, at least in my view, is the element of technology transfer and innovations. Today, the success of the smart city in Rwanda is partly on account of Chinese innovations. What I mean by smart city is the fact that the local governments in Rwanda today can monitor the traffic on their streets by virtue of technology. They can monitor who is getting into the city, who is getting out of the city. They can monitor the air quality on account of technology. And what the Chinese have done is that they are giving us the cheaper alternatives as opposed to the Western technologies that would have been a little bit expensive for us to afford. And of course, with that has come what you call e-medicine in, for instance, Nigeria. And again, this is on account of Indian technology being exported to Nigeria. Then the other that I can talk about perhaps is the access to markets. What I find interesting is that as of 1990, Uganda's exports to United Arab Emirates was not even 1%. But as we talk today, it is 27%. That is the power of a multipolar global economy. Because by that I mean, for as long as economies become wealthy, and there are many, you have alternatives. So on account of the UAE becoming global economic power, today it is a leading export destination for Uganda. And of course, on account of that, the African Continental Free Trade Area got into a partnership with the GCC, where the GCC is the Gulf Cooperation Council. And with that, they are basically trying to leverage mechanisms of enhancing trade between the African economies and the Gulf economies. Now, again, that is on account of the fact that the Gulf economies have sufficient economic muscle. And the other that I can talk about is the infrastructure investment that, again, is on account of funds that have come through from the multiple economies that are economic powerhouses as opposed to largely America, Europe, and Germany. Then in terms of potential impact, of course, what comes through largely is a resource competition. Gone are the days where you would have the Americans, the British, and the Europeans competing for resources in Africa. Today, you have the Chinese muscle, you have the Russian muscle. They are actively seeking for the African resources. And to that effect, South Africa exports most to China. And these are largely resources. And if you come down to Africa, I mean to Uganda, what we are seeing in our oil sector, CNOOC, is Chinese. And so, in a way, we now have alternatives. Now that has created competition in our resource endowment. But of course, there are other underlying risks within there. For instance, what comes through there is the issue of sovereignty. How free are we? Are we leveraging the competition to the benefit of the locals? In as much as the Chinese have come and there are certain economies that are being displaced, are the locals benefiting from that kind of resource competition? Of course, it is still an open question, but it's a question worth looking into, especially in view of the kind of framework that we have. Then the other that I can speak about is the element of debt sustainability. The fact that now we have multiple sources of funds. Before, money would come in with conditionalities. But now you can be given money based on your resource endowment. Now with that has come the risk of debt sustainability. The problems that we are seeing, the debt problems we are seeing in Ethiopia, Zambia, Uganda, Kenya, are partly on account of the easier money that one is able to get from down south. And of course, lastly, in terms of impact, we now have what one can call policy autonomy. We no longer have to look at the West as a success story. We can look at South Korea, we can look at Singapore, we can look at China. And the success of Rwanda this far is on account of looking at these different examples and then trying to graft out what can work out for Rwanda. And that's the story we are seeing today. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Also, a clap for him. Building on what I see you had so much, I was like, we shall get back to that. And I would like, right about now, I mean, you've talked about the smart cities, the global economy. Alan, Mr. Kayongo, what are your thoughts when you talk about what do you think could be some of the strategies that Africa can employ? And of course, cognizant of the competition that he has actually mentioned, the traditional allies, the emerging economies, and then we're talking about issues to do with economic diversification, which actually touched on. But how can Africa ensure that there are critical investments and, of course, linking to sustainable growth?
Well, thank you, Doctor. And I'm happy to be here because I'm standing on the shoulder of giants. If you read Google Scholar, it says standing on the shoulder of giants, and that's what I'm exactly doing because these two are my mentors. Let me give it a shot. The organization of this forum comes on the background that this week we had the IMF, World Bank annual meetings. But just last night, we also had the BRICS summit in Kazan, Russia, and they came up with a new currency. So, Africa being the darling of the traditional and emerging economies needs to position itself better. One way we can do it, when you talk about economic diversification, it is a plethora. There are many aspects in there. You could talk about in terms of being dependent on a resource, so you want to diversify away from one resource. We're seeing African economies, they are into oil and resources. But then we also have what we call economic export diversification. You see very many African countries concentrating so much on specific exports. But of course, if you tie in the discussion of the emerging economies, then you also have diversification in the aspect of the trading partners you deal with. And then lastly, you have diversification of the resource, what we call fiscal diversification. That, in principle, is what is diversification. Now, when you just juxtapose the aspects of emerging economies, them and traditional economies, them being that they are many, it gives Africa the leverage and opportunity to have a diversity of partners that they are dealing with. So that is one way. So Africa will not be able to say, just like Prof. Okuma said, it won't rely only on the economic powers of the US, of China alone, but there is a plethora of aspects to look into. But again, whenever you have some action outside, don't forget the inside. Why am I saying that? The dynamics, the global dynamics are changing, because by the time when China was leading and growing double digit, it traded in a specific way with Africa. It would come through its state-owned enterprises, and support infrastructure projects. Right now, they are changing the vibe. Why? Because there are emissions. So now they want to grow. They want to go and do clean energies. So you as Africa, you should read that signal. But again, their population is aging. Yeah. So you as Africans, we have a young and nascent productive population. You have to read the signal and come and occupy that space. But what I'm saying, we should look inside. We have the African Continental Free Trade Area, which by 2030 will have a population of about 1.7 billion people. It will have aspects of production to the tune of 6.72 trillion in terms of production. So in terms of diversification away from the emerging and traditional blocks should also come within Africa, and you trade and improve, your trade and productivity in there. Maybe also to note in that regard is that you can leverage the aspect of improving the digital advent. Colleagues in the advanced economies and the emerging economies have leveraged, just like the two profs have talked about, technology. So you as Africa, who has a very big high unemployment problem, can also leverage this digital component and the innovations therein and create a number of opportunities such that you don't rely only on the traditional growth levers like agriculture, tourism, and the likes. So service becomes very critical to that effect. When you analyze, again, the developed countries in terms of fiscal diversification, you find out that those economies rely more in terms of taxes on the direct taxes, where you pay income tax, social security tax, and the likes. But back in Africa, we rely more on the indirect taxes. You talk about domestic taxes, talk about corporate income taxes, talk about trade taxes. So you as Africans and African countries, you should try to destabilize the status quo, especially in the private sector, because we say the private sector in Africa employs 80%. It provides the biggest chunk of capital. So there is a leverage that African economies can get in terms of diversification if they improve the business environment, if they improve the farm capabilities, if they formalize their entities, if those entities survive, and ultimately, if those entities grow. Because for the economics they teach us and the one that we practice, you find out that the private sector and the firms, they have the best leverage, to utilize research, innovation, exploit the production frontier, and create a number of opportunities such that Africa won't only rely on the weather aspects and a few trading blocks and just a few exports. Lastly, Africa should adopt better production skills. and technologies. When you go to the EU right now, they have what they call the carbon border adjustment mechanism. When you go to China right now, they also have the Green Deal. When you go to the US right now, they have the Inflation Adjusted Act. Uganda wants to sell coffee in the EU. There are some environmental aspects and safeguards they should follow. Whereas it is not our creation that the wider economy and global economy is facing climatic vagaries, that should give us leverage to produce elements using clean energies and ultimately get markets in the advanced nations and the emerging ones. Thank you.
Great, a clap for him. So we've had our first questions. We are going to have another round of a few questions. And I hope you're jotting down some of the questions that you're ready to ask these experts. As Mr. Kayongo was speaking, he mentioned that, as we look at the traditional allies, we see an issue of the aging population. They are working, yes, there's a lot of investments, and we're talking about economic diversification. And of course, the question, how prepared is Africa when we have the young population, as we've always talked about, very young, Again, coming from population perspectives, I'll say, can we harness, can we utilize, can we have very critical investments in our population so that as we do the service industry, we are prepared? Again, many times people talk about issues of that demographic dividend. Ibrahim, I would like to find out, as we talk about the economic diversification and these questions and conversation, when you talk about Africa's institutional and governance structure, what are some of, when you look at the emerging global power shifts, what are some of those geopolitical implications that we should be aware of?
Thank you once again, Madam Moderator. Of course, now we are transitioning to the institutional architecture that should be consistent with the multipolar global economy that we are talking about. We are now in a framework where America is pulling, the EU is pulling, China is pulling. America is pulling through the Prosper Africa initiative, the EU is pulling through the Global Gateway initiative, and the Chinese are pulling through the Belt and Road initiative. Now, through those three initiatives, each one of those global economic powers is trying to have a strong footprint in Africa, in a way to have what one can call a leverage on the African continent or the African country, so to speak. Now, with that, of course, means political and economic alignments, in as much as I spoke about diversification of sources of funding. Now, when it comes to political alignments, of course, when you lean too hard towards the Chinese, the Americans could start crying. When you lean too much towards the Americans, the Chinese will start crying. Now, what that means is that we now more than ever need seasoned diplomats. Diplomats that have the ability to navigate international political economy waters. Otherwise, we shall often be caught back and forth in putting out apologies. So that's what strategic competition for influence means. Then the other that comes through for me is if you look at, for instance, we now have the East African Community in place. We have ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States. We have the Southern African Development Community. We have the African Continental Free Trade Area. All these are avenues that are aimed at enhancing intra-Africa trade. Now, because of the multipolar world within which we are operating and the need to have economic influence over the different African economies, we've seen countries like China engaging into bilateral agreements with, say, Nigeria. We've seen the European Union engaging into bilateral agreements with, for instance, Kenya within the EAC. Now, the disadvantage with that is that it's counterproductive to the reasons as to why these regional trade arrangements were put in place, to the extent that it risks intra-regional trade because of the possibility of overlapping trade arrangements. Then, of course, the other thing that strongly comes through is the element of debt dependence, especially in view of the fact that now we have easier funds to access. Now, in situations where the domestic institutions are not that robust to ask questions that a gatekeeper ought to ask, do we need the money that we are borrowing? Is the money that we are borrowing ready for use? Because we've seen situations where you've borrowed money and then it takes 5 years for the money to actually start engaging into the public investments that the money was borrowed for. But over the 5 years, you've been paying interests on the borrowed fund. So what that means is that in the event you don't have strong institutions in place to hedge the country against the misuse of the opportunity that the multipolar world gives us, then the inherent risk of debt comes on board, and that's where you see the likes of Zambia struggling. I don't want to say much about Uganda because I don't know much about Uganda, but what I know is that at least Zambia fell short on its debt on account of weak institutions. I think I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Okumo. We will go again to Alan, Mr. Kayongo. A quick one. As we've been discussing different issues, leveraging on technology, issues of economic diversification, as you know so well, we're talking about the global agenda, the sustainable development goals. Would like to find out from you, what are some of the opportunities that you think African nations could harness and ensure, be able to harness from these emerging powers and be able to have those or achieve the sustainable development goals at that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Doc, for that submission. Now, you know, it is interesting, many times we advance the notion of the sustainable development goals, but we forget that they are anchored on the African vision and Africa Agenda 2063. So I will bundle up, I will motivate the question and add the Africa Agenda 2063, because even then, in terms of the pronouncement, Africa pronounced first before the global world did. Already, the opportunities are before Africa, and it is already what is happening. And you know, this discussion is integrated. So it is upon Africa to harness and tap into those opportunities. You know, when you talk about the notion of economic partnerships, it is veiled if you don't unveil it and detail what is in there. In there are components of trade. Different countries, the emerging economies, you know, are coming in terms of trade. They are coming in terms of aid. They are coming in terms of debt, loans. They are coming in terms of investment, foreign direct investments. They are coming in terms of cultural exchange, capacity building. So all that I've mentioned is a value chain upon which Africa can tag and exploit. But more particularly, when they say that China controls 20% of Africa's exports, while Africa imports 16% from China, already that is a potential opportunity to be exploited by Africa. However, just like I said before, Africa should read the signals and know how these power centers are evolving. Because in the previous past, these guys have been coming directly. State-owned enterprises, about 3,000 of them in Africa, they go directly and deal with investment, rather infrastructure investments and the likes. Now, they are coming through the private sector. So, that is a leverage to harness as African economies. How are we positioning our private sector to tap into these? But when you analyze the African economies, you find out a number of them are informal and all that. Then ultimately, you negate on the benefits you would have gotten if you had gone that way. Prof here mentioned the component of diplomacy. Now, that diplomacy should be sandwiched and pitched up with the element of commercial diplomacy. So Africans shouldn't just participate, but they should know what has been tailored, what is the structure of that economic partnership, such that they can also benefit. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, everybody has interests. So who is safeguarding the African interest? So this is a potential opportunity, for the Africans and African economies to think through. I've talked about the improved production methodologies and methods, because just like we say in agriculture, for you to improve productivity, you don't necessarily have to improve acreage, but rather the ways that you produce. So in the same way, Africa should also leverage upon the opportunities it has in terms of this diplomacy and the partnerships and get better production methods such that, because we have the labor. The other countries are crying for labor, for us we have the labor. I've already talked about after, and all this feeds into the Sustainable Development Goals. Because you find out that every bilateral partner, every partner who's, within a bloc, they deal in different aspects. India will go into technology and pharmaceuticals. China will go into infrastructure. Russia, will come through the software and artillery, and all that and all that. So this I believe, is an opportunity for African to leverage upon. And then lastly, maybe the BRICS. Something is happening. Unless you pay attention, you can't see it. The BRICS has onboarded other countries. Initially, it was Brazil, Russia, India, China, and what? South Africa. Yeah, but now other countries have onboarded. These guys have the New Development Bank, which is a substitute they want to go against the World Bank. They have an equivalent of the IMF. That means you as African countries have leverage of capital and credit. Of course, the bank may not have necessarily gained muscle like the World Bank and the Bretton Woods, but you have somewhere to start. So all these, I can go on and on, but some of these are what can be pointed out for discussion and debate. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. As you mentioned, the BRICS, traditional allies, and of course now the conversation that came in. Did you know that Uganda also joined? Did you know? And what does that mean? What are the implications? What are the benefits? What are the fears or concerns that we should have? I'll leave it at that, yeah. So you are just shying away from perhaps mentioning it. Dr. Muhumuza, thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to be switching to a session of questions from you. I've been asking and asking. And before we get to that, Dr. Muhumuza, would you like to share with us some of the thoughts with regard to maybe lessons from other African countries, other nations that have had already some of these significant relations with the traditional and emerging allies, but of course the question is with the regional and the different experiences, looking at the different partnerships that are existing, perhaps specifically to the emerging powers. You can share those explicit experiences or examples, and perhaps as lessons that nations could take note of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite some lessons near and far. Partly, the reason why the European Union is where they are, you haven't found, or they haven't had wars amongst themselves for many years. Just look at that one war, Ukraine and Russia, how it has really destabilized the development in Europe. What if they had kept fighting each other for the decades since the Second World War? But having a European Union where they are seriously saying no member country should fight another, and instead they are saying, should you dare come out there and touch one of us, you've touched all of us. That gives you a sense of focusing on development. War is expensive, war is disruptive. So if you only put an end to your wars, you are going to use a lot of your resources to advance so many other development opportunities. Look at our East African community. As soon as DRC joined, M23 began. It was there. It just continued to increase. I may not know the facts around, but when I read what I read, it's really a war amongst member countries. Somalia joins us. Egypt is deploying in Somalia. There is a tripartite between Egypt, Eritrea, and when are you going to focus on developmental issues? I wish these three countries were coming together to build a state-of-the-art hospital or university for the region, knowing very well that Somalia may not be able to catch up with the requirements. Me as Egypt, I have them. Let's put a university somewhere located within this place, but it's a regional university. I told you about bicycles. In the late, I think, early 90s, I was riding a bicycle, one of the best bicycles I've ever ridden. I don't even know who took it after I progressed to come to university. It was a bicycle made by the members of the European Union. This is not to say Germany couldn't make a bicycle, France couldn't make a bicycle, but they had come together to say, you make this part, I make this part, I make this part, just to have that unity, that we have a common product. They have done planes, they have done so many things together. Now, here in East Africa, we are quarreling over milk. Whose fish, whose beans? I mean, when are we going to focus on serious issues? And these are lessons, as you're saying, that we can learn from these others, how they have advanced. Japan really is a key driver of development in the Asian subcontinent, and they hold each other. I was reading China doing roads in Vietnam, in Laos, and they would say, this is a road because we're all going to benefit from it. Now you begin on a Kenyan railway. Is it a Kenyan railway? Is it a Uganda railway? The British, our colonial masters, called it the Kenya-Uganda railway. Now I hear this is standard gauge. Uganda is going to end in Malaba. Kenya has ended somewhere before Eldoret. So how are you going to connect between Malaba and where the other standard gauge really begins? You don't have a common sense of understanding. And we need to be learning those kinds of lessons from those who have advanced. I mean, I can never forget, they told you I studied in Manchester, and I don't mind which Manchester is winning. As long as those trophies are in Manchester, me, I'm at home. I shopped from the Trafford Centre, which is the Manchester United home. From my university to where I was staying, I was passing by the Manchester City Stadium. So I'm at home. But one thing that really impresses me, as I was coming back for my half-term, I wanted to buy a laptop to write my dissertation. And the shop attendant, a young boy really in a supermarket, was buying a Toshiba. They were state-of-the-art at the time. We were talking about 2000, 2001. The young man told me, are you a foreigner? I said, yes. I think you qualify for a tax refund
This is a shop attendant. You qualify for a tax refund if you are going back within 6 months. I said, I'm leaving within 2 months. He said, yes, you do. Go and bring your passport. We take a picture of it. You'll fill these forms. Then you'll be able to recover the tax component on this laptop. Now, the knowledge to that shop attendant is what impressed me most. I signed the forms. Now, I leave Manchester at 3 a.m. There is no tax office open at the airport. And I asked these guys, you guys, I'm supposed to get a tax refund. Don't mind, you go to Amsterdam. When you are connecting to Nairobi, you'll pick it from there. But the tax was in the UK. These guys want to cheat me. I get in Amsterdam, I present my papers. I only got one question. Do you want dollars, euros, or pounds? That's European Union. Why is it? Because they said in Uganda you use more dollars. Here in Europe we are using euros. You paid in pounds. Which one do you want? Was the only question. A simple paper by a shopkeeper attendant was recognized. We talked earlier about institutions. When are we going to build those institutions? That anybody who has done a medical degree, doesn't matter whether it is KIU, Kyambogo, it's going to be recognized. But here now we have pre-entry exams in faculty in law. So you don't trust your own system? I mean, everybody has done UNEB. But faculty of law is saying, I can't trust, some of you are cheating. Now, if Uganda can't trust its own, which right do you have to go and work in Kenya and Tanzania? These are lessons for us to draw if we are to really build up these structures and institutions. And you are looking for opportunities here. There are no work opportunities in Uganda for all of you. I can be sincere to you as an economist. So please, if you still have time, and I know you do, you are young people, learn Arabic. It's not Islam. Islam is a religion, Arabic is a language. You learn Arabic, the next opportunity you see, go and where there are jobs. Learn French, learn Spanish. These are global languages. Then you'll go there and practice your accounts. Because this country is speaking French. This is Cameroon. This can be Cote d'Ivoire. So don't miss an opportunity because you didn't learn that extra language. And my ending point is, coming to university, I told you 1990, they had introduced a course called Runyakitara. It was the first time, no past papers, no nothing. These were the first guys to do it. Now, one of my friends who called Fidel was doing Runyakitara as a language, German as another language. I didn't even bother to hear what his other subject was. He said, man, your situation is so bad. I'm doing a BSc flat, fine, it is flat, but at least it is economics. There is some geography here and mathematics. You with German and Runyakitara, where in the world are you going? The guy, worst of all, specialized in German. I'm like, you can't be that foolish. German, of all languages, we finished in June, he got a first class in German. By July, he was at Cambridge doing his master's in international relations. German is international. We all wish to have done Germany because we would be in Cambridge. He was the best foreign student at Cambridge that year. Another university said, come here and do a master's in international law. Languages. Fidel came back 2 years later with 2 master's degrees. 3 years later, he was working with the UN here. They said, no, he's wrongly placed. He belongs to the UN, but not in the Uganda office. He was taken to New York. I can't forget the time me and Fidel were sitting in the middle of New York. There's an island there to approach on the 14th floor of a nice building overlooking New York City, speaking our local Runyoro language, Runyakitara, which he had done. So you guys, don't mute down your courses. Look at our regional dynamics, but I wish our leaders would use these regional groupings to create opportunities for each one of you. Thank you.
Awesome, great. Thank you very much to each one of our panelists here. Now is the time that we want to hear from you. You've heard what the specialists have mentioned. They've told you, they've even advised you. Did you hear the last remarks that were made? That do not ignore those courses, but even the language. So I believe there are so many things that we are going to be discussing in the very few minutes that we are left with. And we'll take a round of questions, and then we'll give you again another opportunity. Please, my humble ask that you provide targeted questions, as in, I hope you remember the names of the panelists, and then if you're asking a question, specifically mention the person you would like to respond to that question. You can help, but we'll begin with Madame Anne. Yes, so can we begin from right about here?
Thank you very much. My name is Anna Reisman. I am the country director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation here in Uganda. Thank you very much to all the panelists. And I believe mine will be more of a comment rather than a question in addition to what Dr. Muhumuza just said. I strongly believe that the diversification of the partners is a good thing, because competition is really needed to bring forward the best results. At the same time, when all the partners come and want to cooperate with one country, I think the country should very well know what it wants for their own development, for their own prosperity, but also in terms of the values that it wants to uphold and how to contribute to the prosperity and the well-being of the citizens of the country, and maybe not only of the elites of the country, because we have seen these examples elsewhere. And I also believe that it takes a very objective assessment of what others have to deliver, not only their words, but also the track record that they have in other countries, and the opportunities or what one can give, right, in negotiating with these partners. Two things that I would like to raise here, because that they have mentioned the BRICS summit that is currently happening in Russia. Well, one must say that Uganda has become a new partner nation, not a new member. This is a big difference, and one has to look into the differences because they do matter. It has been mentioned that BRICS has introduced a new currency. But an interesting thing is that on the website of this BRICS summit itself, they have posted only cash in US dollars or euros can be freely exchanged for cash in rubles in most banks in Russia. So this is also something to consider as people, you know, do advertisement for their projects, what is behind them. The AFCFTA has been mentioned, and I strongly believe that it is an incredibly well-meant project, but it will combine 54 countries. 54 countries with different interests, different levels of development. I think it will take decades before one can get there. And every nation state that will currently be negotiating or be part of this process will also look into the situation, how can we actually safeguard the security of our country if we open our borders. Trade is an incredible driver of progress and prosperity, but the security can harm all of it. And as we talk about these ideas, we also need to be very aware, I believe, and also very pragmatic at where to start. Does the EAC work well already? Does ECOWAS work well already before going in and taking it to the next step? How about the connectivity between the different countries, south and north, west and east? So I just want us, I guess, to always bring the conversation to the realistic dimension of it on all sides, despite the fact that it's really very good to have the visions and definitely also good to have the different players on the ground who are willing to cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow, a number of questions. Thank you for the comments and again the guidance and the thoughts on the realistic dimensions for all. I don't know who is, oh, sure, yeah. Quite a number of hands up.
Thank you. My question goes to all panelists.
Do you want to be specific?
To all.
Okay.
What's our African agenda as we go to this, African, American, Turkish African summits? Who benefits from them? Where is the ordinary African? And what is the role of the academia in shaping the mass consciousness in Africa to hold the leaders accountable to whatever comes out of these partnerships? And if I may ask, do ordinary citizens even know that these summits are taking place? And when these partnerships are actually being entered into, they are entered into on behalf of the citizens, but the citizens have no knowledge. And as long as we have institutions that don't work in Africa, how shall we be able to achieve the goals that we intend to achieve?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Muhumuza, Dr. Okumu, I hope you've taken note of that. In the interest of time, we'll respond to that. Another question? Can we also have questions at the back, please? The microphones, let's have them move right at the back and even the extreme. Yep.
Yes, good afternoon, all of you.
Specific to the question, please.
Okay, my name is Silabe Sigamukama, and I'm a student here in my year 4, doing a course called Science in Forestry, and I currently serve as the college president, College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. I'm happy to be here. So, I have heard our beloved panelists talking about sustainable development, economic development, and we understand that these developments, they need key areas of focus. We need to focus on first building the social ties that is a collaborative effort that can bond us together. So if we don't do that, we are totally leading to zero, because greediness among us is highly increasing amongst the youth and the elders.
Thank you.
Everyone
What's
in
the
Africa.
Question? What is the question?
I want to ask the panelists to choose before sustainable development and economic development. What is the development that is good for Africa? Okay, thank you.
Sustainable development, economic development. What is good for Africa? Mr. Kayongo, you'll take that. Okay, so at the back, please. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Itunga Donnell. My first question goes to Mr. Alan. You talked about diversification. I wanted to get more so to pick your brain on where exactly Africa should start diversifying from, because we have, this terminology of budget constraints, and when you look at, I would like to agree with what our MC had hinted on earlier about the oil drop, because there's a thing called translating value, and Africa has a lot of things under its surface. There was a case study done, I think in 2020, which said that the wealth on the top of the United States is roughly the same wealth under the Democratic Republic of Congo. So I wanted to know, what is your mind on our diversification, beginning firstly with what has not been tapped into, rather than replicating what's already in the developed countries? And then my second question is to Dr. Fred. He had talked about digital transformation, and because majority of the Ugandan population is youth, people who are entering the sector in the few years to come, my question would be, do we digitalize in terms of, say, changing the technology in what is already operating or changing the scope of education to firstly technological, so that these people can enter the world and the market when, you know, this is second nature to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll have one, and then we'll have another round of questions. All right? At the back.
Thank you so much.
Who
My
is
name is, thank you. My name is Nasaz Miracle. I'm a second-year student doing quantitative economics. And my question goes to Dr. Okumu. I'm asking what workable interventions can be put in place, and those that have been put in place, to avoid or mitigate the issue of misuse of opportunities from these multipolar economies. Well, it comes from, I think there have been a lot of things that have been maybe said or done by government, from maybe the SDGs, which implementation I'm really not sure of, and other policies, but I'm asking what workable interventions can be put in place, and those that are workable, that are in place. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much. You remember I mentioned that there's not so much time. There's another session that is scheduled. And so
Good afternoon.
let me just hold on. Let's give a chance to the questions that have been raised. They will respond to them briefly, and then we'll have a few more, and then we'll wrap it up. Just one or two questions only. Professor Komo, the questions that were asked, like two of them.
Thank you very much. Apologies, I'm not very good at names, but the question on what workable interventions can be put in place for Africa in a multipolar environment, I think I will bundle it up with the question about the African agenda when the African countries or heads of states go for a summit in the US, Turkey, China, Russia, among others. I'm a student of institutions, and for me, institutions is what defines the success of any country. When someone was talking about social cohesion, it is the institutions that define who you are. This is why Dr. Muhumuza had an experience that we'll never forget. You buy a laptop in the UK, in Manchester, but the tax return is effected in Amsterdam. Those are institutions. So what is critical here is, one, you define what nation interests are. Now, upon defining what nation interests are, the necessary condition therein is, or rather sufficient condition therein is what nature of institutional fabric do we need to deliver the nature of development that we need. Someone was talking about sustainable development and economic development. Sustainable development is part of economic development. So for me, as long as we can sort out the institutional question, a lot of the wars that we have on the African continent would be resolved, because some of them are wars out of institutional weaknesses, the effect of which is that they make African countries sustainably vulnerable. You know, at the time when Bashir left Sudan, it was a middle-income country. But now, on account of the weak institutions that he left in place, here is a country that's fighting each other. Now we don't know what has become of Sudan. But of course, within Sudan are global players. Mm-hmm. You have Egypt on board, you have UAE on board, and then you have also the ghost political powers of the international nature that are in there. So you have a country that has been left to the wild beasts to feast on. So for me, ultimately, where we want to grow as nation states, where we want to go as African states, is strongly hinged on us characterizing the nature of institutions we want.
Thank you.
And that's what will inform the kind of negotiations we can have when we go to meet President Xi in China, when we go to meet Vladimir Putin, because for as long as your institutions are weak, you'll end up having a standard gauge that stops nowhere in Naivasha. And yet the British in the 1920s were able to put up the East African Railway. They were able to put up the Tazara, Tanzania to Zambia. But today, with more information, we are even struggling on account of weak institutions. So for me, the game changer should be weak institutions that will define where you want to go and how you want to go and how you want to do it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Alan, what are your thoughts? You had the question, economic development, sustainable development. What comes first?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. The answer lies in what has been said, but I'll make an additive onto it. Sustainable development lies within the ambit of economic development. Reality talks about economic development. Idealism talks about sustainable development. When the sustainable development goals are made at the global level, we have what we call domestication. So you as a country are supposed to get all those sustainable development goals, come, analyze them, and put them in the context of your country. We have a sustainable development goal on life under sea, right? But we don't have the notion of seas in Uganda. So when I get that goal at the global level, I come and contextualize it, maybe say life under lakes in Uganda. Ultimately, for whatever we do as African countries, for the debate between sustainable development and economic development, it should be defined by the identity, the economic identity a specific country wants to take on. And before we even go into the Africa regional blocking, when we come back into our individual country and states, we do the economic programming. That should then combine your notion of economic development and sustainable development. Balanced approach. The same question, answer goes to my colleague who asked about where exactly should Africa start from? Identity, from within. Before you say you've gone to diversify, you are not diversifying because you've had economic partnerships. Just like one speaker said there, it is from you, from within. What is your goal? What is your ambition? You have gold, you have diamonds, you have whatever you as DRC Congo. Don't look to the West, because you cannot necessarily take on a copy and paste kind of approach. You have to tailor these to the realities within where you are domiciled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mhomuza. You had the question, issues with the replication, role of academia, the different partnerships, and of course, issues to do with the digital transformation. Where are we at? What do we do?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think part of the role of the academia is be objective in your assessment, pragmatic, be a realist. Speak what you need to speak as an academic. Let people understand what may be wrong, what may be right. Ask questions and debate them. In the academia, we debate things. I can ask a question, do African governments mind about Africans? You debate it. So who are you sending to the Sino, I don't know, American? These are going to be your leaders, but if your leaders don't mind about you, don't expect anything good out of there. They're just going to do shopping or come back with their own networks. I mean, which company did George Washington leave in the US? He left an infrastructure. Centuries later, America still rides on that infrastructure. But that infrastructure has resulted into big companies like Amazon, Google. Zuckerberg will be earning over $200 million a day. He's riding on the institutional framework George Washington left.
There is a man called Tim Berners-Lee. He discovered the internet. He handed it over to the world. All of you guys are benefiting from his innovative idea. That's a lot of academia. Can we put things there that others will ride on? Many times I meet people who say, you are not rich. I'm not supposed to be rich. Mine is academia to present the frameworks, the ideas that will make Ugandans thrive, survive, and move on. As long as I can cover my basics, I am a happy man. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not crying for anything. Next week I have lunch with an ambassador. The week after I have a ticket to Ireland by an ambassador. Now, I mean, I would be stealing money to go to those places. Now, here I am. So this is our duty. Can Africans define what they want? Which I think is Professor Kumu's idea on laying the institutional foundations that will allow objective sitting and discussions. The Ginger Bridge, I was personally involved with about 3 other people. That Ginger Bridge. In our TCAD meeting with the Japanese, all we went for, we said we need a bridge across the river Nile. Now for that we thought it was Ugandans crossing from Ginger to this other side. They said, no, 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 the river Nile is a big river. That crossing will have to address northern Tanzania, eastern DRC, South Sudan, and want to build a bridge that lasts 100 years. So what will these places look like 100 years from now? Our idea of a simple bridge disappeared. Those are people who mind about Africans. And we let them design it for us, do everything for us, finance it. You can now enjoy the bridge. We have another problem up north, Karuma. I hear Chinese, I hear, I don't know, UPDF, I hear. No, I'm taking that conversation to the Japanese. And let's hope the Japanese will do us. We have 2 more bridges here. Pakwach is old, Karuma is old. I mean, who is thinking about you guys when you turn 40 and I am 80? I'm already worried who will look after me when I'm 80. Because when I see you guys, I'm not very sure. You are that African to look after this old African, that will be me. I hope we get it right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there are many questions. It's so exciting to see these questions that with the hands up, and how I wish we had all the time. Did you know that you can be able to type or, post those questions somewhere? We have X spaces, right? Please let those questions come through. And I actually recognize also our online audience that I was meant to recognize earlier on.
Madam, can I have only one question, only the last question?
I was supposed to give you the... okay, so as we take on that one question, I'm going to ask the panelists to be thinking about the wrap-up or parting shots as we come to the end of this session.
I'm Twesije Trevor Robin.
Talk about being assertive.
I'm Twesije Trevor Robin from St. Lawrence University.
Kindly speak up, please.
I'm Twesije Trevor Robin from St. Lawrence University. First of all, I will thank Dr. Fred Muhomuza. I like him, I like his ideology. My question is that
is the question directed to him?
Yeah.
Okay, so kindly ask the question.
So what is being done to stop the conflicts within African countries? Because he has said that diversification is failing because of the conflicts within African countries like Somalia, South Sudan. What's being done to stop them?
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
He's the lucky one who got the microphone and asked the question. I like that. Even for my students, I like that. So as we come to the end of this session, I would like to say, please, those hands are awesome. We like them. I wish we had somewhere to have them posted. But like I said, we have online where you can be able to ask those questions. So we'll begin with you, Dr. Muhomuza. Kindly respond to the thought or the question, and also share with us your parting shots for this session. What should we take with us as we end this session?
as academics, we always want to solve the root cause of the problem and not the symptom. That's your takeaway. To answer his question, I will ask a question. What is not being done to solve these conflicts? I think we are not doing an objective assessment of what are the causes. A lot of problems in Sudan, between the RSF and what, are really not wars by the Sudanese themselves. It is other people fighting their wars and their interests in Europe, in Sudan. Some of them are fighting because of the minerals, to keep that confusion. So for me, what is not being done for us to understand the real root causes of these problems so that we can address them? Otherwise, we'll be speaking to the symptoms. So you as the leaders of today, because the future is today, be objective in whatever you do, then you'll get to the real roots and make Uganda and the region a better place. Thank you.
Great. A hand clap for him, please. Mr. Kayongo, what are your parting shots as we walk off from here? The future leaders are right before us. What would you like to tell them? What do we inform them?
Yeah, thank you. Quite an interesting debate. We can debate more and more. But one takeaway for me is that Africa should customize the meal it wants to eat. So when you go to a party, do you eat each and everything? Or when you go to the garden, do you cook each and everything? No. As a parting shot, we have seen the emerging economies, we've seen the traditional economies. What do we want? Then we should characterize whatever we want, customize exactly that, and turn ourselves to the development that we want. Lastly, is all about capacity building. Prof talked about it in terms of saying learn languages, learn what. You, as the next leaders, your signals should be alert and know and understand what is going to be, say, the next generational skill. What is going to unlock this diplomatic rigidity? So capacity building, read on and on and on and on, and you feed where there are gaps and spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A hand clap for him, please. And yes, Professor Okumu, what are your parting shots?
Thank you once again. Of course, I wish to re-echo the fact that the multipolar world has lots of opportunities that Africa can exploit. But for Africa to do so, the nation states should be in position to define who they are, what they want, and in the process, they should be able to take to the international negotiating tables what they want based on who they are, as opposed to the global players coming to you and defining what you ought to be. Thank you very much.
A hand clap. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's ending at a time when I see so many hands up there. We are going to continue this conversation even after here. And please note, these are distinguished scholars who are open and willing to have that conversation beyond here. And indeed, as you have noticed, that when you talk about navigating Africa's evolving economic partnerships, specifically when you talk about the emerging powers and the traditional allies, there are so many questions. There are questions that relate, of course, as we talk about economic diversification, as it has come through very well from the comments that we had, leveraging on technology. We're talking about innovations. We're talking about the global positioning of Africa. Of course, these are some of the insights that came through as we talk about risks, opportunities, research. The list has been quite very long, and we wouldn't have done it very well with the distinguished panelists. With that, I want to thank the audience, the online audience, and to all the organizers for this wonderful, insightful engagement. Thank you, everyone.
A very, very big thank you to Dr. Allen Kabagenyi. Let's give her another round of applause, together with the lovely panel, and ending exactly on time, time management being very, very key. We do apologize to all those who still had questions. I know that this is an engagement, it is a debate, but because of time we couldn't be able to take all of them. But like Dr. Allen said, you can be able to post some of those and direct them to some of the panelists as well. We will be able to get them. Otherwise, if we decided to take on all the questions, we may leave here tomorrow. I don't think I have to even repeat any of the conversations that we did have, but I think one thing that is very, very clear is what is the agenda that you have set? What are your priorities as you carry on with these partnerships? It's been a great 2 days. I want us to give another big round of applause to the French Embassy, to Alliance Francaise, and to Makerere University, and to each and every one of you that has spared time of the 2 days to come and be part of these insightful conversations. We don't take it for granted. But to be able to wrap up this for us, allow me invite from the French Embassy, Mr. Cyril Maman, to come and give us some parting shots. Let's give him some warmth.
Thank you very much, Mildred. I mean, for those 2 days, you have been able to put a lot of energy in this room, and we can still feel it after the second day. And thank you very much, Dr. Allen, for the last panel. It was an extremely interesting one. You know, you put a lot of energy as well, so thank you for that. So just to close, yesterday morning we were all gathered here in the same location to open this 7th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference in this very prestigious University of Makerere, which is, of course, and we said that at the beginning, the temple of science, research, knowledge, and learning. I'm definitely very honored to have participated to those 2 days of conferences. And on behalf of the French Embassy, with all the partners who have been extremely loyal to this event for many, many years. So I would like to thank, of course, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Foundation, Makerere University, and Alliance Française of Kampala, particularly the cultural department that have been extremely helpful. So in those 2 days, really, I would say, wow, this is maybe the first word that I would have. Wow, so many achievements. A lot of things happened. A lot of ideas has been shared. A lot of passionate debates. And, you know, just a few minutes ago, we saw all those passionate debates, and even the gentleman over there, you know, we tried to ask the last question. It was definitely a good question. Difficult to answer in 20 seconds, but thank you for that. I'm sure that you will be able to do some follow-up with those distinguished professors. So I would definitely insist in the passionate interaction from all of you. It has been very, very interesting. So don't worry, first of all, I'm not going to summarize the debate that we have here, but it's important to point out that this event came at the most critical time in terms of geopolitical situation in the world, in Eastern Europe, in Sudan, and in the Middle East. So this is really, it was really the good timing to do these conferences. These type of conference help us to so much to better understand the complex world in which we live, but also in which we are tirelessly looking for solutions. So France and all partners firmly believe, especially in today's chaotic world, that science, knowledge, research require a very collaborative effort to find adequate solutions. So Makerere University is definitely the natural place for such a collaborative place taken into account the fact that this Kampala Geopolitics conference has a lot of visibility, not just in East Africa, but also far beyond the African continent. So this is, I think, an important thing to mention. That 7th edition created an open dialogue on interaction between many key subjects. We talked about war, we talked about crimes, we talked about gender based on violence, about justice, as well as oil impact on Uganda's economy, health, education, very important, of course, climate change, environmental sustainability, and digital transformation. I really want to insist on that last aspect, the digital transformation aspect, which is a very key component, as you all know, particularly here in this university, which is a key component of the African economy success. I hope, and I am sure, but at least I hope, that Makerere invests a lot in the digital and new technology infrastructure. I hope so, and maybe we can talk offline about that. If it's not the case, I will definitely talk to the person in charge, because this is very important KPIs for the youth and for the students today. So this digital transformation aspect and new technology is extremely important. So those 2 days, I think, of conference have undoubtedly brought visibility and understanding to these subjects, which are the heart of the problems, not only, of course, in Africa, but also globally. I remember, you know, when the students were interacting with the panel, saying that maybe, you know, they're not answering all the questions. What are you doing? Why not investing enough in the health, in the education, in digital transformation? Don't worry, guys. It's exactly the same problem in Europe. It's exactly the same problem in France. It's exactly the same problem everywhere. You continue, and you need to continue, you know, questioning our politic forces and our, you know, our management all the time, going on to ask them for the same requirement, a more sustainable educational system for each and every one. So that's pretty important, and be sure that all students in the world have exactly the same issue as you were able to mention today. So maybe to finish, I mean, the exceptional quality of the debates, the speakers, of course, the interactivity with all of you, and particularly you guys, I mean, the Synod of Makerere, and not only Makerere, brings me a lot of optimism for the year to come, and reinforce me in the idea that together we are definitely stronger. So now it's up to each of us to put into practice what we are learned through those 2 days. I encourage more than ever our youth to remain mobilized, enthusiastic, and I notice that you are definitely very mobilized and enthusiastic about the idea of creating more peaceful, less violence, more just, and of course more equitable and sustainable world. So once again, I want to thank all the partners for our strong and successful collaboration. Thanks to all the panelists, moderators, journalists, and you guys, all of you. You have been extremely worthy today and yesterday as well. So this is the end of this 7th edition. It was, I think, but you will tell me later, a real success. I really look forward to the next edition in 2025. Thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mammon. And of course, that now, unfortunately, brings us to an end as we get a final remark from the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. And allow me to invite Anna Riesman to come and be able to speak to us. Let's give her a round of applause. She's kept through all the sessions, engaged through all the sessions. And I am thinking, I wish we had some more days to go, but unfortunately we have to come to an end.
Thank you very much. This has been a very nice introduction. Hello everyone, my name is Anna Reisman and I'm heading the country office of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation here in Uganda and South Sudan. For the second time, we as a country office were not in charge of organizing this conference and were in the position just to be here and to listen in. And this has been a very great experience. And I believe this is what you felt as well. Just to be here, to listen in, to question, certain positions, but also to think forward and already to connect to other topics and to other work of ours. So really, thank you to all of you who have made this conference a success and such an insightful event. I first and foremost would like to thank my own colleagues from the Regional Program on Security Dialogue for East Africa, who have taken on the task to hold up the flag of the Geopolitics Conference, which is definitely a flagship in our work as the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung here in Uganda. I thank to our partners from the French Embassy. It has always been a very fruitful cooperation and based on mutual trust and interests that we share. I thank to the colleagues of Alliance Française who always enrich the program with cultural events, and I believe that culture also transfers many topics that we might not be able just to address in very objective conversations or high-level conversations using a lot of English. I thank, of course, our hosts, the Makerere University, who have also been with us right from the beginning to organize the conference. You students who are here, you are part of the Makerere, but you are also part of other universities. You always make these conversations very interesting because you bring up questions that maybe the experts themselves have not even thought about anymore, because some of you are exposed to these topics for the very first time. So I thank to all of our partners who work really day and night to bring together all the experts and the moderators for our panels. Thank you also to them to have picked interest in these conversations and being with us. Of course, no conference can happen without an engaged audience, so thank you to all of you who have been here with us throughout the entire 2 days. The Kampala Geopolitics Conference happens once a year. But there is thirst and hunger for more debate, for more conversations on international relations, on geopolitical agenda, and we run other conversations throughout the year together with the French Embassy, together with the Makerere University, in the spirit of Kampala Geopolitics. So please, whenever you see an open invitation or us advertising for these debates, you're very welcome to join us. The Konrad Adenauer Foundation works on 3 pillars. This, what you have seen here, is one of them, cause for security. We also have cause for democracy, and we have cause for innovation. Actually, right now, as we are here, another part of the team is at the MCI Media Hub running a KTA symposium on innovation. And tomorrow, we are having 2 more events and conversations on the topic at the Design Quarter on identity and on how to preserve cultural heritage. So we try to pick up topics, no matter in which sector, that matter, that are of interest to you, so that you can actually, as Dr. Muhumuza has mentioned, build your own opinion and shape your own interests to then present them to the others. So a very warm welcome to all of our conversations and debates throughout the year. I would like to mention that our work, you can follow our work of all of our partners and us always online on Twitter. I am sure those of you who have been in the room by now know our handles on X, but allow me just to repeat them once again. It is at French Embassy UG, it is at AF Kampala, it is at CAS Sipodi EA, and it is at CAS Uganda. So please follow us. You will find what is it that we are talking about, how we are trying to shape the debate, and be part of this. Without you, there will be no debate. So thank you very much for coming, for being with us, and I will allow myself now, for the very really last remark, to invite our host, the Makerere University. Thank you very much again for having had us for these 2 days. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you to everybody for these last 2 days of really lively debate and discussion. I'm stepping in really big shoes, the Vice-Chancellor's shoes. He's not here. We've spent a whole day at a working meeting, so I'm afraid most of us missed the discussions today, but just to thank every single one of you guys, the students who made time to join, faculty, and everybody really who followed online. This is the 7th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics. We usually host this event once every year with our partners, and we look forward to getting your views and your insights in terms of how we can improve framing the conversation and framing the questions for discussion. So as Anna mentioned, I think our online platforms, you can send in feedback through the social media platforms, or you can just come to the office of the Vice-Chancellor and share your thoughts. I didn't introduce myself properly, actually. My name is Awel Uihangani, and I support the Vice-Chancellor's office as the Chief Advancement Officer for the university. And so our office is really open for structured engagements like this with partners to provide students opportunities to expand their horizon and expand their space for ideas, for thinking, for collaboration, and for partnerships. And I think the partnership with the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and the French Embassy and the Alliance Française sort of provides this space for us to sort of like test these international partnerships and linkages and be able to bring out conversations that really concern us and concern the everyday person. I think African conversation dimensions in African discussion in international dimensions is a very important subject to consider, given that we still have Africa again as an emerging power within the power dynamics. And so it's really important that we continuously push, especially for you young people, push the narrative that is you want to see happening on the global stage in far as Africa is concerned. It's really important that academia continues to also explore and look at issues that empower policy and political engagement within the international dynamics. But also, most important, as individuals, we all have a role to play to be able to pick up on some of the lessons we've learned here and sort of take them back and apply them in a way, the things that we're studying, to, in a way, expand for opportunities for Africa and opportunities for young people. So I would like to thank once again our partners, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the French Embassy, Alliance Française. And on this point, I really want to take a moment to apologize to our partners, Alliance Française. I think yesterday we had not so good a situation which resulted in really bad planning on our part, which was the culture show, which was supposed, you guys had been invited for that show, and unfortunately it didn't take place because there were lectures taking place in the building. But I think next year we'll do a bit better in planning. So please accept our apologies and just make sure it was not intentional, it was just something out of our control. So thanks again for everybody, and thanks for coming. We'll see you again next year around the same time. Cheers.
I thought after Awel's dismissal, we were all going to be standing up and, saying all the thank yous. But anyway, thank you so much for joining us for this year's edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference, the 7th edition, and we hope to see you in the next one, but the conversations have not stopped. Let's continue engaging on the different platforms and the social media handles. Tag CAS, tag the French Embassy, tag Makerere University, tag Alliance Française, tag tag each and every one of our panelists and moderators and make sure that these conversations continue all through. We'll be joining right at the back. There is still the exhibition on the Ha. You know, there is a lot. You probably missed it out, but where you see some beautiful white and purple balloons, there's a lot of history to be able to read about right there as we also continue just working together and talking to each other. Please make sure that you just don't walk out of this place because there is a lot of interaction that will be going on at the back. I am Mildred Tohaise. I've also been very, very honored to be with you through this year's edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. I just want to say journey masses as you get back, and may God bless you all. Thank you for coming through.
I'm all right. I'm shining, I'm bubbling. Can't you see what I see? When you ask me how I'm doing, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. I'm alright, I'm alright, I'm alright. I have Jesus, peace of mind. Can't you see? Okay, look at me now, I'm okay. Look at me now, I'm okay. I'm okay, I'm okay. Now I'm okay. Look at me now, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.